Welcome, everyone. And can we have a roll call, please? Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Present.
Councilmember Burnett, Councilmember Berkeley,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here, can we give Councilmember David Burnett another chance? I didn't hear his response.
Councilmember Burnett, are you here?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So the five of us are here, along with our Finance Director, Juan Lopez, our Assistant City Manager, Matt Mogeson, our Commander of the Police Department, Eddie Anderson, in charge of operations, our Fire Chief, Doug McCowan, our Deputy City Clerk, the illustrious Anita Shepard Sharp. Ryan McMinn is our Public Works Director. He's there. Our City Manager, Lane Long. I think I said our Fire Chief, Doug McCowan, yeah. I don't see our Police Chief, Tina. Is Tina going to join us? Hi, Doug. Eddie, are you it for representing the PD?
I'm in for right now, but I do believe she'll be on the meeting shortly.
All right. And then Heidi Quinn is our City Attorney. Councilmember David Burnett, Councilmember Lisa Berkeley, Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala, and myself, Mayor Bruce Delgado. Here comes Tina, our Police Chief. Hello, Tina. And so we're going to get started first with a moment of silence, and then our City Manager, Lane Long, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Lane. So let's have a moment of silence now.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sorry about the interruption. I have 3 dogs, and one of them is trying to join in the pledge with us. That's Rebel. She's always making trouble. Okay, so thank you, Lane, for leading us in that pledge. And we're going to go right to our only item on this special City Council agenda, which is to hold a discussion and give direction regarding consideration of a bond measure on this November 8th, 2022 ballot. So Lane, would you like to start us off?
Great, thank you, Mayor. All right, and I think for tonight, we have with us Adam Sonnenschein with FM3, which was a public research survey group that we hired a couple months ago to do a public outreach and survey regarding a proposed general obligation bond measure. And they have completed that survey, and they will go over those presentation. They have a little presentation that they'll go over the results of that survey. So I wanted to cover that first. Then I sent a memo out to the council late last night, early this morning, and updated some of the financial or tax rates that we'd have for the bond, included some exhibits of pictures of previous documents that we've had and that we've shared with the public that we haven't really shared recently. And then I think we wanted to move into a discussion really on the facilities that we're talking about and get some direction from council on, based on the results from the survey and the feedback, answer your questions, and then really have a discussion if we want to move forward and put this measure on the ballot for November. Now, we still are able to do that. The time frame is getting very short on us. Everything has to be wrapped up and completed to the county by August 12th. And so if the council does want to move forward, and that's an if, we know that we're going to have a robust discussion tonight, but if we do want to move forward, we will need to, we have a special meeting scheduled for July 26th for our habitat management and mitigation that we're talking about. We would need to use that meeting instead to start the process of adopting a resolution of necessity for the GO bond, a resolution for calling for the bond election, and then an ordinance that would have the ballot language that we would be proposing that would cover the facilities and the dollar amount that we're talking about. And that would be July 26th. And then the ordinance has to have a second reading, and that has to be at a regular council meeting. And so our only next regular council meeting would be August 2nd, which is also Public Safety Night Out, but it would just be approval of the second reading of the ordinance. And then we have, after approval, you have to have 7 days of the notice has to be in a 7 days consecutive in our daily newspaper. And if we did all that, we would meet our deadline by August 11th. So I'm telling you that up front, that we don't have a lot of wiggle room here at this point. We will talk about options that if we don't want to move forward, that we can have a special election in March of next year, a special election in June next year, or put it off till the November election next year, or any combination that council wants to talk about. So with that as a framework, we'll turn it over to Adam to review, or John, I guess John Fairbanks is here also.
We're both here. Good afternoon, good evening.
So Matt, if you'll pull up the presentation, and we'll turn it over to both of you.
Good
Okay,
evening, John, and thank you, Lane, and thank you, Adam, for helping us out tonight.
our pleasure. And it's going to be our pleasure to deliver some pretty good news to you, actually, on a number of fronts. So Adam and I will both kind of walk through this. And is it okay if we just throw this open to questions as we go through this? I don't know if we have enough time, but Lane, to just answer questions from all of you and make it a open forum back and forth as we go through this?
Yeah, I think it probably would make the most sense to do it that way as you go through, rather than wait to the end.
Okay.
Just because, and it's not really that long, but I think that would probably work out best, if that's okay, Mayor.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, just and council, unfortunately I have a work engagement this evening that I have to attend to at 7:15, so I will be here right until that point. So if I disappear, you know why. Thank you.
All right, just raise your hand, council, anyone that wants to jump in with comments or questions.
And Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, or if anybody else, I can't see all of the folks on the side. So if you do have a comment, you can also feel free to just jump in or interrupt me. So I don't want to be ignoring anyone just because I don't see your hand up. So I'm going to start. This is Adam Sonnenschein with Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz and Associates. We're an independent public opinion research company, and we're happy to be working with the city again to produce this survey. Matt, you can go to the next slide. I'll start you with the methodology and the context of how we did this survey. So it was completed from June 22nd to July 7th. So just finished up on Thursday night of last week. So this is very fresh survey data. The folks who we surveyed have a past voting history that would imply they're likely to vote in the November 2022 election. All folks registered to vote in the city of Marina. So that means that they're people that don't only show up to vote at once every 4 years in a presidential election. They're a little more consistent in their voter turnout. They voted more than once, although this does not factor in whether or not folks participated in the June 2022 election. That data was not available at the time that we were producing the survey. We did 301 survey interviews. A sample of that size in a community of your size produces a margin of error of plus or minus basically 5.5. So you can keep that in mind when we look at the results. We contacted people in a few different ways, one with telephone calls, which led to a live telephone interview. We also sent some people email invitations and or text message invitations, which led to an online survey. And folks could do one or the other. You couldn't take both the phone survey and the online survey. And the online survey was not one of these that you could post to Facebook or send to all your friends and have lots of people fill it out. It was restricted, so each person who received the invitation could only fill it out once. That way we were able to control the sample and make sure that our demographics are reflective of those likely voters in your city. We are tracking some of these questions back to results of a survey we did for the city in July of 2016. And sometimes you might see something that doesn't quite add up to 100% or the number that you're expecting because we've rounded decimal points.
And the goal
Okay.
of that July 2016 survey was to help you pass your last measure that you successfully passed at, I think it was an unheard of number of 83%, Lane.
Mhm.
A very high number.
Okay, we can go to the next slide. And then, so this is just setting up that we're going to talk about some general community attitudes before we get to the bond measure itself. So next slide.
Adam, may I ask a question, please?
Of course.
On the 301, they're obviously in some kind of random fashion selected for the survey, but of those 301, do you do any kind of analysis on the demographics, or is it a cross section like by
Yeah.
race, age, socioeconomic status?
So it's meant to reflect the demographics of the likely voters on a variety of characteristics that we have pretty good information on, or we know. So gender, council district, age, racial and ethnic background, as well as that factor of past voting participation. We don't have great data on the socioeconomics of likely voters, so we don't try to match up the sample specifically to that. But party, race and ethnicity, gender, age, all those are reflective in the survey universe. They're meant to reflect the likely voter universe. So they're not necessarily reflecting all of the residents of your city. It's reflecting that pool of people who we'd expect to vote in the upcoming election.
And is there any regard to property ownership, home ownership?
Yes, so we do look at that, and we try to align with the information on the voter file about home ownership. That information is not perfect, so it's not exact, which is why I didn't mention it. But we are trying to be reflective of the percentages of renters and owners within the likely voter universe.
So Mayor, this sample reflects 62% of the respondents were homeowners, 34% were renters, 53% were Democrats, 21% Republicans, 26% other or independent. We have a number of, we have ethnicity and age. So as we go through this, if you're curious, be glad to offer that.
Oh, great. Thank you, John. That was very important information on the home ownership. Thank you.
John, as a follow-up, you mentioned home ownership, 60s, renters, 30s. In Marina, it's flipped. We have approximately 64% of the households are renting households, and 36% are home owning households. So why did we flip that as far as this survey?
I think that may be a reflection, Mr. Mayor, of voters, likely voters, more so than residents. So when we look at that pool of people who are coming out to vote in these kinds of elections, that's maybe more reflective of that number as opposed to the overall number of residents.
Okay, so did you select these 301, or did they select you? Did they hear about it and come to you with their?
Well, I guess it's a little of both. So some people were reached by phone, and so we randomly selected people to contacted them, tried to reach them until they responded to the survey. We also randomly selected people to receive an email invitation or a text message invitation to do the online survey. So it's more us selecting them, but there's always, someone has to agree to participate. Just because we invite you to participate doesn't mean you're going to. So there's a sort of that factor of their own selection as well.
And
Okay,
Councilman, the sample here is likely voters who have histories of voting November 22, not a presidential election, and not all registered voters. Okay, so this is a tighter sample based on likely voters, based on their history for this November coming in, a gubernatorial non-presidential turnout.
Yeah, we got a couple more questions. Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Yeah, just a quick question. How did you determine whether it was a renter or a homeowner?
It's self-identified. They just told us. We asked them.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's it for now.
Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biella.
And I understand, Mr. Mayor, what you were talking about in terms of the flipping of the percentages for, in reality, we have more renters than property owners, but I wasn't disturbed by that because I think the impact of this measure may in fact, lean more towards home ownership. So I was actually pleased with that percentage as opposed to, I know you have some concerns because it's not actually reflective of our population currently. But so I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, good point. So John and Adam, I have an overall question that'll probably come up in people's minds. 301 doesn't sound like a lot when you're trying to represent various ethnicities and political parties and home ownership, et cetera. So, you might get 5 Filipino homeowners and 3 Filipino renters. Is that enough to represent Filipinos to know what they're thinking, or Republicans? So do you feel? I mean, is it statistically significant that you got 95% confidence, et cetera? But just to a layperson, is 301, a big enough sample
Yeah.
to try to capture those different?
So 301 is a big enough sample to capture overall attitudes of the voters in your city based on a representative sample of folks. If you want to dig into more narrow subgroups of people, no. If we had 6 people who were Filipino homeowners, we wouldn't try to tell you what the survey said about Filipino homeowners because it wouldn't be meaningful. But in the overall, that's where we have that margin of error of 5.5 plus or minus. That's based on a survey of 300 people. That's sort of the statistical calculation there. Anytime you get into subgroups, you have a higher margin of error, and you'll see throughout this presentation, we're really just presenting the overall results without trying to be too fine-grained in some of that subgroup analysis where we don't have that level of detail in a survey of this size.
And to give you a comparison statewide, we do a number of polls statewide, but all of the newspapers, private, generally do about 1,000 sample, maybe 1,200, 1,000 to 1,200 statewide. And usually nationally, when they do national polls, 1,000, maybe they get up to 1,500, sometimes 1,700, but you can see the proportion here again.
Got it. That helps. Let's go back to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley. Thank you, John and Adam.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to lower my hand. Thank
Okay, please proceed, John and Adam.
Okay, thank you. So this is going to start with one of the first substantive questions we ask people. You can see the question in italics above the chart. Do you think things in the city of Marina are headed in the right direction, or are they off on the wrong track? This is a big, broad question that's a way to kind of start the conversation, but also get a feel for people's overall perspectives without being specific about the city government, for example, or any particular issue. Just how are things going? Here we've got basically 2-to-1 right direction to wrong track, 51% right direction, 23 wrong track, 26 don't know. It's actually a pretty high rating for cities in California these days, as you can imagine, with all of the issues swirling around in the environment around us. Most places are finding their community saying that things are more on the wrong track, even than they're headed in the right direction. So it's actually quite a strong result for your city that 51% think things are headed in the right direction. Again, 2-to-1 over wrong track. And you'll see in a moment as we look at some of the other results where some of that satisfaction and approval is even higher. And I think kind of reinforces our perspective that this is a pretty positive number for the city.
And again, most, as Adam said, most cities, especially the large cities throughout the state, are literally the opposite of what you have. Most of them are in the 50s wrong track, some into the 60s with homeless and housing and crime issues. This is a very positive result. Mm-hmm. People like living in Marina.
which you'll see again if you go to the next slide, Matt, when we look at ratings of the quality of life in Marina. Here you can see the question in italics at the bottom of the screen. This is one where we're comparing our July 2016 survey results to the current survey on the right-hand side. 3/4 of folks would say that the quality of life in Marina is either excellent or pretty good. Another 20% say it's only fair, which for many people kind of relates to being average. And a very small percentage, just 4%, say that it is poor. There's a poor quality of life in Marina. Everybody had a response, or close to everybody, less than 0.5%, saying they were not sure. And one of the things that's interesting when we look at these results is how consistent things are going back to 6 years ago. Still the same 76% who would say excellent or pretty good. Still that same 63, 64% in the pretty good range. So another sense that folks are pretty happy about the way things are going in the community.
This is a pretty good achievement for you all to keep this number through all the turmoil and all the issues that we're all going through, to be at 76% and only 4% poor. And it hasn't changed.
Yeah. Next slide, Matt. Here you can see approval of the job being done by the city of Marina, approve, disapprove, and we break that down to strongly approve, somewhat approve, or somewhat disapprove, strongly disapprove. You can see, again, a lot of consistency from the survey from 6 years ago, 70% to 24% in July 2016. Today, 69 to 23, just 8% who don't know. Both in the overall approve, disapprove, which is 3 to 1, and the strongly approve, which is the dark blue, compared to the strongly disapprove, which is also a little more than 3 to 1. You can see that there's far more approval of the way that the city is doing its job. Very small sense of strongly disapprove. Again, very small sense of people who would say the quality of life in the city is poor. It's kind of this consistent theme that things are going well for the majority of folks in Marina.
And you can see that most everyone has an opinion, right? 92% either say approve, disapprove. There's no uncertainty. There's no misunderstanding of the question or anything else. Everybody knows exactly how they feel.
Next slide, please. Here we're looking at a really important conceptual question when it comes to any kind of finance measure, whether we're talking about a bond for a city or a sales tax or a school bond or whatever. It's always important to look at the perception that that agency has a need for additional funding. Here you can see we offer people the choices of great need, some need, a little need, or no real need. And again, on the right-hand side in the current survey, we've got great or some need for additional funds up now at 77%. Very few people, just 13%, who would say the city has a little need or no real need for funding. Here, about 10% who don't know. So the don't know is a little higher than the prior questions, but still pretty low. And unlike the quality of life and the approval question that you just saw, here there is a change from 6 years ago, and it's higher. What was 64% in 2016 is now 77%. And in almost every survey that we do, the higher the sense of need for additional funding, the more likely somebody is to support your measure. So in terms of the viability of a measure, having this need factor going up to 77% is a positive sign for that measure.
And this is the high end of for any city we've pulled in, to be pushing 80% on great and some need. Only 10% don't know. Again, no real need, 7. Most cities would die for these kinds of numbers, that have their voters understand or say, we need more services for money.
Mm-hmm. And you'll note also here, this is not talking about any particular program, any particular improvements. It's just additional funds to provide the level of city services that Marina residents need and want. Okay, next slide, please. So here we're going to start transitioning and looking at questions directly related to the ballot measure, and you can go to the next slide. We presented people with a hypothetical ballot question, a kind of 75-word ballot question that folks are going to get in their ballot in the mail or when they go to vote. And we find the best way to assess the viability of any kind of funding measure is to produce this hypothetical 75 words and have people respond to that and tell us if they would support it or not. So you can see we have a title in bold. We've got some examples of how funding from the measure could be used. It would be done to improve 911 emergency or natural disaster response, public safety by building a fire station, upgrading a police station, improving local essential services, senior services by establishing an earthquake safe community center. Then we have a bunch of legal language that you're required to include. It's confusing. It's legalistic. It's got too many numbers in it. A lot of people have a hard time figuring out kind of how to disentangle it, but you're required to include it. That's where it says, shall the city of Marina issue $50 million in bonds at legal rates, levy $105 per $100,000 of assessed value, providing $3 million annually while bonds are outstanding. All that's required. Then we have some examples of fiscal accountability provisions that are inherent in the measure, but not most folks are not aware of that. So things like public spending disclosure, independent oversight, and that all funds will be used for Marina. I'm sorry, I think there's a question on the side. I saw a hand and I lost it, but I think I saw a hand.
That's okay, Adam. Yeah, the hand is mine. My question is, repeating what you've just said, if I were to hear this on a telephone, I'd have a really hard time knowing what the question was. Now, if I was able to read it via email or text or something like that, I'd do better at it. So how many of those 301 how many of those 301 surveys were done by phone, approximately?
It was about 40% by phone and 60% online. And one of the things I just wanted to say, while we agree that that section is confusing, we do repeat it a couple times in the survey, so they get more chances to hear it and learn about it. I'm going to tell you, I think I'm anticipating your question. We try not to do an analysis of kind of online responses versus phone responses because they're not two demographically balanced groups. So the way it works is we're going to get some online responses. They may be too heavily older people or younger people or people who live in a certain part of the city. And then we're going to go to the phones and make up those differences by specifically targeting demographic groups that are underrepresented in the online portion. And so it's not like we have, a good perfect sample online and a good perfect sample on the phone, and we can compare the variable of whether you did it on the phone to whether you did it online. We have one complete sample that's representative because we've got an online sample that maybe looks a little bit like this and a phone survey that looks a little bit like that.
Okay. What languages were the phone and email surveys provided?
In this case, I think it was only in English for this
For
survey.
everything?
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, you mean this hypothetical ballot question?
No, I mean this particular survey that we did. Sometimes
The whole survey
surveys
was English only.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Elizabeth Billingsley has her hand up, and I think we'll go to public comment soon. Let's have a few more slides. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay. So here's the, go ahead. You can go ahead, Matt, to the next slide. So here's the initial reaction to that 75-word ballot question, which is that we found 52% of people said that they would be likely to support it, 37% would be likely to oppose it, 11% were unsure. So you have majority support, but on the initial vote, it's pretty well short of the 2/3 threshold you would need to pass this kind of bond measure. Any kind of city bond measure requires a 2/3 vote. We did break down some of the details here. So when somebody said if they were voting yes or voting no, we asked, is that definitely yes or probably yes, without giving them any more information. And we did the same thing if they said they were voting no. Are you definitely voting no or probably voting no? And if they said they were not sure, we said, well, do you lean towards voting yes or do you lean towards voting no? Again, without giving them more information. So to get to that 52, we're totaling up the people who said they would definitely vote yes, they would probably vote yes, or they were undecided, but they're leaning towards voting yes. And we've put a box around the definitely and probably yes, because those are the folks who are a little more committed. So while you see that total yes of 52 is well above the 37 for total no, there would need to be a good amount of work from this point to reach that 2/3 threshold, notwithstanding the fact that only 44% said they would definitely vote yes or probably vote yes. You do have about 11 points of folks who are purely undecided. They're not leaning one way or another, who over the course of the next several months would learn about the measure and may take an opinion one way or another.
We would describe this as a soft level of support to start with. You're going to see, as Adam mentioned earlier, we're going to ask this same 75 words 2 more times. So the idea of the survey is, where do they start? And as they understand and have more information from both sides, how do they respond and how do they move?
We can go to the next slide. We also took all those elements within that 75-word ballot question, as well as some other things that could be funded by the measure or that could be included as a provision of the measure, and ask the respondents to tell us how important each of these things are. Are they extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not too important? If they don't know, they could tell us that as well. We've grouped together extremely important and very important on the right-hand side, and that's kind of the order with which we've ranked things. But you can see from the get-go, before we get into any of the individual details, you've got about 5 things where people, more than 2/3 of folks said that was an extremely or very important item to them, as well as a few that crossed the majority of extremely important. And we'll get into some of these in a moment. And relatively few where you have any sort of significant percentage who would say that's not too important to them, right? So all of these are at the most 13%, but in most cases 6, 5, under 5, right? So if we start with some of the ways that actually the funding could be used, we'll leave some of the other items for a moment. The second one here, ensuring public safety agencies can respond in case of an emergency. That was 80%, extremely or very important. Improving essential city services, the fourth item here, 68%. Improving 911 fire and emergency medical response time. So a similar item to the second one here at 67. Removing asbestos, mold, and lead paint from public buildings, 64. Preventing disruptions to city services, renovating city parks, indoor recreation, and aquatic centers. All these are in the 60% or mid-60s. We have a couple of items related to fiscal accountability, which we mentioned earlier, things that are part of any kind of measure, but voters are not usually aware of that. So it's helpful to remind them, and we wanted to see how they responded to these ideas. You can see among the strongest reactions were that the measure would require public spending disclosure, would require that all funds would be spent locally, and you can see at the bottom of the slide here, requiring independent audits at 60%. So a number of things that your voters would consider to be high priorities. We don't see lots of things get into the high to mid 80s in other surveys, so clearly a high priority for your community.
This question is also used to help us, if you decide to go forward with this measure, are there any changes to the 75 words that we previously tested? What we learned from this survey, and if you go forward, we would make some suggestions on maybe updating the language at 75 words. This, you can see that second response at the 80% extremely very important. This is one of the reasons we titled your measure the Marina Emergency Response Public Safety Essential City Services. In most cities, that is usually pretty high. So,
right. And one of the things you'll see, and this question goes on to an additional slide, but a lot of the highest priorities for people were more outcomes of the bond than specific bond funded items. So something like ensuring public safety agencies can respond in case of an emergency is an outcome from building a fire station in a part of the city that needs one, or improving essential city services may be the outcome of improving your civic center, your community center, where your city services are housed. But the implication is not that you're going to take the money from the bond and use it to pay staff or do those kinds of services, which you can't do with this kind of funding.
Adam, I'm not going to beat this like a dead horse, etc. But since you only did this in English, I'm asking myself if non-English speakers might be more desirable or less desirable city parks, et cetera. So you do this all over the state. Do you find any weakness in these surveys when they're English only?
In a community of your type and with the sort of the makeup of the likely voters, no, not particularly. I think that among the people who are registered to vote, likely to vote in a midterm election in your city, the percentage who are predominantly speak other languages is probably on the lower side, and I don't think it would change the overall results very materially, maybe a point or two here and there. If anything, yeah, things like parks, the priorities would be a point or two higher. The measure might be a point or two higher, but I wouldn't expect it to be a major shift.
So your survey represents, at least a sample, 16% identified themselves as Hispanic or Latino.
Okay, thank you both.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next slide. This is continuing some of the question about priorities. Here you can see some of the items are a little bit lower in terms of priority. They're still not that high on the red, the not too important, but the extremely important is lower than you saw on the prior slide. Here we're, kind of low 20s, mid 20s, even under 20, with very important in the 30s and the somewhat important in the high 20s and 30s. And this has things like improving natural disaster preparedness, improving the condition of city parks and ball fields, making City Hall accessible to residents with disabilities, replacing seismically unsafe public buildings, replacing deteriorating public buildings, creating a senior center, creating a fire station with capacity to hold a ladder truck, building a fire station, creating an adequate police station. So you can see these items that are the actual physical infrastructure that gets accomplished with the bond doesn't resonate with folks in the community as much as the outcomes of those buildings and what becomes of them. And then the one place where there was less support and a higher percentage of people who would say it's not too important, no offense to the folks we're presenting to, but completing extensive repairs of current city council chambers was not considered a very high priority at all, with only 6% who would consider it extremely important.
Okay, Adam, a little bit of a softball question here. So if we were going to try to be successful with a bond to build a fire station or whatever facility, I guess we would be reminding people that what we heard from them was that improving emergency services was critical, and that this is one way, and this is one of the best ways we have to do that. Is that true that we'd want to try to link those two?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that you have to say what the building accomplishes. The building itself is not enough to rally people to think it's worth the investment, but they do want the outcomes of the buildings.
Okay, thank you.
And this is, again, if you decide to go forward with this, that might be the term in the 75 words we have, by building a fire station, to describe it. We might want to take that out of the 75 words, even though it stays in your overall capacity to fund that fire station. We might put another example of the importance of funding in that 75 words.
Now, I don't understand what you're saying. Do you mean the 75 words that go on a ballot measure that people see, or if we were
Yes.
to redo the survey?
The official legal ballot measure is 75 words if you decide to go forward with this. And we, up to a certain day, we have the flexibility, you have the flexibility of describing those 75 words. And
Okay, so are you suggesting that if we go ahead with 75 words onto the ballot, that we put the words in that talk about outcomes and we exclude the facilities, or we do both?
a
We include both?
little bit of both, but it would,
That the outcomes are important to include in the ballot measure. That's what you're
we
saying.
just want to make that ballot measure, the 75 words that they see when they look at it, the strongest description as we can to help
Okay.
them say this is
All right.
worthwhile and I should vote for this.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala. You're muted, Kathy.
Sorry about that. So these on this part of the question look very much like some of the things that we have internally spoken about and in public meetings. They're concrete kinds of projects, if you will. The other ones that demonstrate the outcomes more, you fashioned those questions? Is that
We did.
okay?
Yeah.
So is there any case in which that these concrete projects, when you identify them like this, they seem like they would always have more controversy because you're forcing the evaluator to say, oh, do I really need, what a senior center? Do I really need, our city hall to be accepted? I mean, it's going to generate less of an impact, I would think, than always saying the broader categories of the objectives. Am I perceiving that correctly?
I think that's exactly the outcome of the survey, Mayor Pro Tem, which is that the buildings, the individual concrete structures don't, if I could, they don't speak to people.
That's
They
right.
don't, just saying we need to create a senior center doesn't grab people's attention. But if
That's
you were to
right.
say we need, or building a fire station is an even better example. So, 20% extremely important, 48% extremely and very important to build a fire station. Matt, if you don't mind going back one slide, when we looked at there you go, ensuring public safety agencies can respond in case of an emergency, it's 80%, 43% extremely important. Or down a few items, improving 911 fire and emergency medical response times, that's 67%. So more than, I think, close to 20 points more important. And that building the fire station is one way to help improve those response times. The voters are not aware of that at this point. So if you're simplistic in what you describe to keep it to the concrete structures, they're not going to get the point of why
Right.
you're trying to do that.
Right. Great.
Mayor, you will see later on, we will describe positive statements that we presented to your voters that will expand this very point we're talking about. And you'll see 80% will find the collective argument or statement very or somewhat convincing to support this measure. When you combine the why we're building the fire station and how old it is and
Right.
right.
Thank you. These two slides have been very illuminating for me to the distinctions about how you go about explaining the situation to the public. And we've pretty much focused on the projects. So I think we missed so much in doing that. Thank you very much.
I think voters very often, as we've said, have to be convinced of building something new has to really strongly support it, right? Yeah. I always relate some of these to your voters' own homes. If they have deterioration or repairs they need, they don't go out and build a new, they repair, they upgrade, right?
Right.
Thank you.
Sure. Matt, you could go ahead 2 slides and we'll get to the point John was about to make about the impact of information. So up until now in the survey, we've just been having people tell us what they think without us informing them of new ideas. Here in this question, we start to present things for them to consider that maybe they weren't aware of. And in this slide and the next slide, you'll see informational statements that could be made about the measure. And we ask people how convincing they are as reason to support it. So if you go, I'm sorry, Matt, you got to go back up one right there. And so we asked them if it was very convincing or somewhat convincing as a reason to support this measure. We also gave them the choice of saying it was not convincing. And again, we've got very convincing in dark blue, somewhat in light blue, and then combined on the right-hand side. So top themes about the measure include that point about fiscal accountability we've mentioned a couple times now. The money's going to stay local. There's disclosure, right? It's only going to be for the benefit of Marina residents. That is 83%, extreme, very or somewhat convincing. Then the community center, you saw how, on its own, that didn't really resonate with people. But when we described the background that you had these portable buildings that were supposed to be replaced in 6 months, but 47 years later, they're still being used, and they're not accessible for residents with disabilities. They have all these challenges. You have 81% who would find that very or somewhat convincing. It's quite a high number, especially when you recall that the initial vote on the measure was 52% yes. So if 52% of people who said they would vote yes, we give them these themes, 83%, 81%, 80% find them convincing as reasons to support it. Lastly, on this slide, an item about the inadequacy of the fire station and the increase in the workload over the last 8 years, and that you need a different fire station, a new fire station to meet response times, giving them background about the Seaside Fire Station, et cetera, maintain public safety, 80% very or somewhat convincing. If you go to the next slide, which continues this question, the other one that's equal to the ones you saw on the prior slide is when we get to talk about medical response times. So the prior mention of the fire station was really more about fire, but here we're talking about medical response times, the importance of kind of every minute in an emergency, but for some areas of the city, response times are close to 8 minutes. This provides the funding needed to build an additional fire station so everyone gets the timely 911 response they need. 80% very or somewhat convincing. So again, Mayor Pro Tem, when we talk about the fire station, just saying, hey, we need to build a fire station, people kind of shrug a little bit. Half people say it's great, the other people say they don't care that much. You put it in the context of what it means for medical response times, you've got 80% of people who would say it's very or somewhat convincing. A couple of statements we offered that didn't resonate quite at the same level. They're not bad, but they don't grab people to the same degree, is the need to invest in our community to maintain our quality of life. So things like investing in fire and police protection in the community center, providing high quality essential services. It does okay. It's 22% very convincing, 68 very or somewhat, nowhere close to the other items. And then a very simple statement about the need to protect property values by improving these capabilities. 58% very or somewhat convincing, with only 26% who said that was very convincing. If you go to the next slide, we can show you right there the outcome of re-asking the ballot question after people have heard that information. Councilman Burnett, I'll get to your question in 1 second if you don't mind. Let me explain this one and then I'll take your question. So we went from 52% yes to 37% no. We provided those informational statements you saw on the prior slide. The support went up to 61%, with 29% who said they would vote no. So up 9 points on the yes side, down 8 points on the no side is a lot of movement, particularly just for really people hearing about 6 statements. The definitely and probably yes vote went up. So there's a lot of movement here. And it does show that information and education does have the opportunity to change some people's minds.
Especially Adam, in an educated city like this is 60% of this sample either are college graduates, postgraduate, or professional work.
Mm-hmm. And nonetheless, we've gone up a great deal here. We went from a 15-point spread from yes to no up to a 32-point spread. To throw a little cold water on this, it's still 61 and you need 67. But it's clearly a positive sign that there's an opportunity to have people
and again,
move to this yes side when they get more information.
Again, to underscore Adam's point on, look at the definite yes and definite no on the initial vote, 29 to 21, 8-point difference. Now between 35 and 17, 2 to 1. This is more of what we want to be. We want to be 2 to 1, definite yes, at least over the definite no's.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Councilmember Burnett, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Let me try to answer your question.
No worries. Can you go back at least 1, maybe 2 slides? Yeah, that's it. So my question is, the first item, response times medical, And medical suggests to me a concern for preservation of life or reduction of harm. You know, the sooner you attend to a medical condition, the better the outcomes. That tends to be statistically proven.
Mhm.
But then you look at the next two, which quality of life and property value, and they're about half in terms of, very convincing.
Mhm.
And I'm just wondering, I think the language that you've used in these questions is straightforward, but it sort of suggests to me that there was some confusion about what was being asked, and I say this because uh, quality of life as it relates to medical. That's why you're responding. That's why the medical is there, because it's a very high quality of life. I mean, and
Mhm.
then the property value. Um, that to me is also tied in. So I'm just wondering statistically, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. You can say just about anything with statistics. I understand that. But I'm just wondering, after you've done your analysis, did you go back or reflect on the language that's used to categorize, convincing, very convincing, and then also look at how the subsequent questions uh, tied into that. So
Mhm.
if the slide I'm looking at now represents this question, it kind of suggests to me that medical response times is very important, right? And so I just find it curious that there would be such a drop off as it relates to you've characterized it as quality of life. I guess um, in the question itself, you didn't actually use the term quality of life or property
Right.
value, right?
Right. And those terms in parentheses are just internal code. So the
Right.
survey
Okay.
respondent
Okay.
didn't see that language. But I think to your point, if we were to look at this slide and the items on the prior slide, which dealt with
Yeah, show that
um,
prior slide.
which dealt with some of the at the bottom, fire protection, dealt here with issues of accessibility of the community center and earthquake safe and things like that. I think it shows, frankly, when you have an issue like this, you're trying to uh, see if voters are willing and open to supporting a bond measure. The language has to have some urgency to it,
Yes. Yes, I would agree.
right?
I would
If
agree.
it's very bland and vanilla and its property values and its quality of life and isn't that nice, that's not enough to make people overcome whatever concern they have about taxation and feeling like, community center, that's nice, but I don't care that much. Or fire station, well, we have a fire station. What do we need another one for? They have to be, there has to have a certain level of intensity in terms of the language in order for them to feel like it's worth the investment.
And Councilman, remember, this is a simulation. These
Yes.
6 questions of the most positive education outreach campaign we can at least we came up with, right? We want these to be emotional. We want results like this. We want 83% very somewhat convincing. We're trying to help you look at how best to communicate to your voters in an emotional, specific, factual way to support this.
Yeah. So what this suggests to me, my analysis of this suggests that a well planned PR run up for this bond measure is essential. That the 75-word description in the ballot is not going to move anyone anywhere near the support level that's required. So I guess what I'm saying is that, and maybe this is a question for the city manager, and we can do this in council discussion, but the timelines surrounding this, we're on a very short schedule. And it would seem to me that we would have to do a pretty intensive all-out blitz to raise the level of concern and the positive outcomes that this bond measure would afford. And I'm just wondering, with all the other activities that were going on, is there enough time for that's more of a rhetorical question than something for you guys to answer. But
No,
I'm
but
just,
you're
just
absolutely
thinking
correct.
out loud.
You're absolutely correct. Of significant outreach, education, communication, if you put this on the matter from now until the end of October, is essential to pass something like this.
Right. And there are, again,
Okay.
we can save this conversation for afterwards, but there are certain things the city can do with its resources to inform people about the measure once you put it on the ballot. This looks like it would also probably need to be some sort of outside effort, privately funded, but aligned with the goals of the measure that would ramp up some of that communication on top of what would be, from the city's perspective, from the time you put this on the ballot until the election, need to be fairly factual and straightforward. Okay, we could go ahead if that's okay, back to maybe 2 slides. I think we've talked about this one, and now here's the next place we wanted to look at. As you might recall from the initial time we asked this ballot question, and I showed you that language, it was for a $50 million bond authorization, which would have a tax rate of $105 per $100,000 of assessed property valuation. We stuck with that language a second time after we provided people with information. So you saw that movement from 52% yes to 61% yes. And we offered them an alternative, a little bit of bargaining in the survey. It's a little bit of an artificial choice, but we wanted to see what would happen. What happens if you were to lower the rate from $105 per $100,000 to $60 per $100,000? Now, the implication, although not everybody I'm sure followed that, would be that your bond authorization would be proportionally less, and you'd have less funding to do all the things you need to do. But we wanted to just focus on the tax rate because we've found in our work the authorization amount usually doesn't matter to people. It all just sounds like a lot of money that the city could use. What matters to them more is how much they would pay personally. And so that's why we poked on the tax rate, not the authorization amount. You can see following up that vote after information, it goes from 6129 to 6424. Now we're getting into the realm of 67, right? We're kind of sniffing that 2/3 vote. We're not quite there, but you can see it does have a somewhat of an impact with some people. It's not a huge movement, but down to 24% yes is pretty good, and close to that 2/3, but still on the softer side. We're
Look,
definitely
what I
probably
like,
yes is 57.
and what I like most about this is look at the no, starting at $105, 37, goes down to 29 after positive, goes down to 24, and look at the definite no. The definite no goes from 21 to 17 to 11. That's a very low definite no, and we're now 3-1 almost to the definite no to the definite yes. And now we're at 40% margin yes to no instead of 30 at 105. So it is a cost sensitive measure.
Mhm. Right. And I do want to reiterate one thing, which is if you were to go to the ballot with $60 or $70 or $80, you wouldn't have on the ballot, hey, we could have done 105, but instead we did 60. It's just going to say that number on the ballot. So the survey, in order to test it, we have to test it, but it's a little artificial because
Right.
we told people a high number and then we gave them a lower number. But it does show that there's some impact to that lower number, and it could be something worth considering. Okay, now, in addition to that informational side, those blue statements that we talked about and the urgency of those statements, we wanted to also provide the other side. What would happen if opponents were to come forward and organize and make a real effort to defeat this measure? Because we want to give you that awareness should that come up, because we don't want you to be blindsided. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see we had a few opposition statements. Unlike your informational statements in blue, these don't have to be factual, they don't have to be fair, they don't have to be real. They're just things we think opponents would say about this, which are that taxes are too high and this is going to add more in taxes. The city doesn't really need the money. They should just cut unnecessary spending, and most of the money is going to go to building fancy new city hall offices. The ones with the strongest impact are the tax argument, probably not terribly surprising to you, and an argument that the city doesn't really need the money. Those are both in the 70s. Much less impact if you try to criticize the city for wasteful spending. Less than 30% who would say that's very convincing. Only 55% who seem to be concerned about that the funding could go to building fancy new city hall offices. But if you go to the next slide, should that opposition really materialize, and we mean really, not just some people saying not nice things on Facebook or Nextdoor, but actually organizing and getting their message out to everybody, and really, really organizing and communicating, spending money, sending mail, putting advertisements in the newspaper, it has a pretty strong impact. And that level of support goes dropping from 64 all the way down to 48, below that initial level of support. So 48-39 with 13% who are undecided. So that is clearly a warning sign. Should you think that that kind of opposition would materialize, so understanding that didn't really happen last time, you don't have a group that's sort of ready to take this up as a reason to, as a cause to try to defeat this bond measure if you put it on the ballot. But we wanted to give you that information so that you're aware of it.
Yeah, we simulated a couple $100,000 being spent against you. Serious financial commitment to oppose. And just try to give you again a conservative estimate if that happened.
Right.
And is this consistent with other jurisdictions, other cities, that it's kind of the same pattern that you would see in your surveys?
Generally, yes. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
you go up with information, you go down with opposition. I'd say in both cases, I don't know what you think, John, that the increase is higher than we often find and the decrease is higher than we often find. A lot of times we won't see quite this level of movement. If you go to the next slide, Matt, this is a quick analysis, not perfect, but we wanted to just give you the background on your business license tax measure from 2016, Measure U. We've been talking about this survey. If we looked at when we asked this as an initial vote, and the survey was 68% to 25%, with 8% who were undecided. We then simulated something that didn't really happen. We gave people a whole set of a paragraph of a positive statement and a paragraph of a negative statement that could come from opponents. So rather than going through all these individual items, we just focused on a paragraph for each. That back and forth really hurt the measure, and it was at 54 to 33 in the survey. But understanding, and you all would know better being in the city, is that opposition didn't really materialize. So instead, there was an informational effort, support for this business license tax, but the other side didn't really happen. And then the outcome of the election was an 83% yes to 17% no. Of course, no undecided on the ballot. It just is what it is.
Right. And just as a reminder, you can see it was a business license tax. It was not a homeowner's tax like we're talking about.
Right. So I think one of the big differences in this analysis is, the measure started at 68%, was able to grow pretty significantly. It's also a measure that the average voter doesn't pay directly. They might pay it indirectly, but they don't pay it directly. Whereas a bond measure, at least homeowners are going to pay directly. So it's not exactly apples to apples. And again, that con messaging didn't really happen. So again, the survey was simulating something that wasn't reality, but you can just have that information.
In most cities these days, the opposition is not spending $200,000 or $300,000. In most cities these days, we do a lot of polling for the California League of Cities and really try to help cities across the state. So.
Mr. Mayor, I think did you have a question?
Yes, and the tax ballot 50% plus one net need.
Right. I think we can go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question before we move on? And I think you're on mute.
So irritating when I do that. On the total no questions and strategy that you used, in a bond measure like ours, what kind of opposition would typically raise like 200,000 K? Who would these kinds of people or groups be?
It could be well, it would be often the folks who would feel impacted by a ballot measure or by a tax. On a business license tax, it would often be a business group. And in a city of your size, with less than 9,000 likely voters, that it might not take quite that level of funding. You could send a couple pieces of mail for a lot cheaper than that. But it would be usually a well-funded business group, or if you had a particular homeowners group that was particularly angry about something in the city, a labor union who was very angry about something the measure would do or the city has done. Those are the kinds of groups and kind of interest groups that tend to organize and raise money either for or against a ballot measure.
Again, Mayor, we're not finding significant funding to oppose these kinds of measures. It's unusual, but we want to try to give you the best, on both sides if something happens.
Yes, no, I
And
understand.
it helps us analyze demographically who's moving back and forth, who stayed with you all the whole time, who moved back and forth, and who's still undecided.
Yeah, I understand. I was just trying to imagine who would do that kind of thing in Marina in terms of more of a group effort. So like an HOA, but I don't know that the labor unions would have much to do with this. I don't know. And I can't think of a business conglomeration that would be opposing this. I mean, I don't know that they would see this as something they would get involved in. So I was just trying to understand that.
Mhm.
But it seems most likely for the way I'm looking at it is an HOA, but I can't see an HOA organizing and putting in that kind of money.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe somebody
Okay.
else has an answer to that.
Kathy, I might have an idea there. Is it okay if I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Sometimes there could be outside interest. For example, if there's a movement statewide to oppose any new taxes, you might have a group of interested parties who set up a committee, and anybody who might be, raising taxes, they give kind of like a PAC would give or set up money to an independent committee to give money out to oppose these things. So it may not very well always be centralized to people we know. It could be outside interests. Realtors, or I don't know who it could be, some other groups that don't want to see that.
Councilwoman, we're trying to keep them busy attacking the statewide measures. We're trying to
I do have some questions, but I'm not sure if it was my turn, and it looks like Councilmember Burnett has a question.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on your thought, and what I'm thinking is it may not be an organized group, but if our messaging is not on point, we could be, and if we miss the right wording, we could be promoting a no vote just by the failure to do proper messaging. We could be incentivizing and giving folks new reasons to oppose it. So it's not necessarily outside of the city, but if we don't handle this correctly, we will give people reasons why they should vote against this. That was my point.
hopefully, Councilman, the messages we tested on the positive side are pretty clear and pretty strong and pretty convincing, that hopefully that doesn't occur.
Mm-hmm. And Councilmember Medina Dirksen, we had a couple of conclusion slides. We can either do those now or happy to take your questions now, whichever is your preference.
I just have two.
Okay.
If that's okay. Thank you for
Sure.
that. So you gave us a ballpark figure of those who would be opposing and like, their war chest to fight it. Did you give us any figures of how much a city our size to get over that threshold of those numbers that were leaning no or whatever? Do you have any idea of what a city our size would have to spend or an independent committee on our behalf or unions or anybody else? Do we have an idea of what the heavy lift would be? And then I have a follow-up. I have another question.
I think that it's not really our area expertise. We work with public affairs companies that come in and help cities pass these measures. And I'm sure we could find a couple of firms to give you some free estimates on looking at a poll like this and giving you a dollar amount on what they think you need to spend to pass something like this.
And some of those estimates, would they include just overall in your experience and understanding how bond measures work or messages work, polling mid-campaign?
So that could be done by an outside group, but once the measure's on the ballot, in almost all cases, the city's precluded from doing its own survey work, a tracking survey, for example, to see how it's being done. But yeah, one of those firms could include some survey research to keep track of kind of where the measure is at a certain point in the election.
Different cities start this process, in different timelines, right? In some cities, we started this a year ago, right? And showing a baseline poll so that you have more time to plan for a 2022. Some of these things we did polling in 2021 to help cities get ready for a 2022.
Understandable. My next question was, you gave us the sampling of the tax on the business license tax, which was successful, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you take a look at any of our unsuccessful campaigns? For example, if I'm not correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, the user utility tax or any that failed and have any similar or anything learned from those failures?
We did not have any polling that related to those. So we just took the only time I think we've worked with you in 2016 to pass your last measure.
Okay.
Okay,
That was my question. I was just wondering if mayor or city manager, if you have any input there. I know this is the presentation of our consultant, but do you have anything that would compare the failure, like why something didn't pass in the past, so we would have a point of information to what not to do, or what,
the
you know what I mean?
UUT is the only ballot measure I can recall that was unsuccessful. The card room tax, the sales, the hotel tax, tax, all of those passed. The UUT back big difference was the city made no attempt to do education. I'm going to turn my video off because it looks like.
When was the UUT?
Approximately 2004, I believe, something
I
like
see.
that, in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that one thing we learned from the UT is that the voters having more understand if there's just negativity out there, then that's the only that they have. I think that was the problem with the UUT.
Yeah, most every one of these measures, Councilwoman, it takes nothing's easy. Whether it's 2004 or 2022, it takes a lot of work and public education and all of you working hard to communicate your needs and to match the financing options in a measure and how to pass them. It's it's an arduous process, but most of these measures, are passing, right? If they're communicated right and we get 75 words right, and there's a commitment from the city and their supporters, we're passing most of them. Good percentages.
Oh,
Well, thank you for that. I'm just thinking back to the, what is the saying? Nothing, something to the effect of you got to work hard for something that really,
Nothing's easy.
not something is easy. Nothing is hard. If it was easy, everybody would do it, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go to conclusions. We
Yeah.
go to the public. Council.
Mayor, I think we have a couple other conclusion slides, don't we?
We
That's what I'm
do.
saying, is instead of going to conclude, but we do public conclusion. Council, do you have any objections? Do you want to hear the conclusions before the comment? Okay, any feedback from council?
Yeah, I think we should hear the conclusions so the public can comment on the analysis conclusions, yes?
Mayor, I think you're breaking up and freezing.
I'm
your
asking
video.
Kathy and Christina if they questions now or public comment now.
Conclusions, please.
Go to, let's proceed. Adam and
Okay. I think that's direction to do the conclusion. So we're going to do that. I hope we're not taking this out of order. But we found that the survey results show approximately half of Marina voters support a $50 million bond measure for the development of a community center and fire station. After information about the reasons the city could pursue the measure, support grows to 61%, but that's still below the 2/3 threshold necessary for passage. Compared to 2016, there's a lot of consistency on attitudes on the quality of life in the city and approval of the city's job performance. More than 3/4 of voters think the city has a need for additional funding, and that is up from 2016. So that's a helpful indicator. Go to the next slide. Voters' top priorities for the measure include ensuring public safety agencies can respond in case of an emergency, improving essential city services, improving 911 fire and emergency medical response times, removing asbestos, mold, and lead paint from public buildings, and preventing disruptions to city services. So again, all kind of outcomes of the measure more than the actual projects themselves. We also found that voters really value the fiscal accountability provisions that would be built into the measure, and that's things like requiring public disclosure of spending and that all the funds would be spent locally. Go to the next slide. There were several informational themes for the measure that resonated with voters quite strongly, including talking about the condition of the current City Hall building. It was set up to be temporary 40 years ago, and it's not meeting current safety and accessibility needs. The need for an improved fire station capacity to meet current needs for both fire and medical emergencies. Those were among the top, as well as that fiscal accountability item. Support for a smaller bond measure with a lower tax rate of $60 per $100,000 of assessed value is somewhat stronger than that $105 per $100,000. Still not quite reaching the 2/3 level. And simulating a really robust opposition campaign knocks down the level of support for the measure. So that's one that we do need to be cautious of. I think there's a lot of helpful indicators here. You've got a lot of support. 2/3 is a hard threshold to get to. And a lot of your decision making, I think, is going to be dependent on what you think will be the capacity kind of outside of or on top of what the city can provide in terms of information. It's hard for us to give an analysis on that, not being kind of local people who know all the ins and outs of your local community in that way. And would there be any sort of opposition that would form and make an effort to defeat the measure? So we can stop there. I'm happy to take more council questions or respond to more thoughts after public comment.
all right, let's do public comment. Starting with Denise Turley.
Hi, thank you. So one first, just general comment. Fortunately, in this scenario, you ain't gonna have the labor unions against you because, hello, police and firefighters, they want a better place to work and live in. So that should definitely be on your side. Any chance that you would give a very fast thumbnail sketch of what you get at the lower amount of money versus the higher amount of money? Although the needs are there and they are great. And then just a bit of background. So you are you are obviously more people vote, renters vote than, so that one question where you asked about protecting people and holding or increasing values to marina homeowners, I will tell you that if you ask most renters, they don't give a rat's fat about homeowners. They're renters. So I can see that that's a two-edged sword, because you're subliminally trying to say, hey, homeowners, this will help you vote for that. Anyway, so those are my comments on that. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you for being here tonight. It's important to have this discussion so that we can make a decision on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Elizabeth Billingsley. Good evening, Elizabeth. Just have to unmute Elizabeth. Unmute yourself.
Jerry, I gotta go. Bye-bye, dear. Bye-bye. Bye. Yeah, I have a question. If we lower the $60 from $100 to $60, wouldn't that bring up our the length of the bond issue? Or how does that work?
Can you repeat your question, please, Elizabeth?
You said it was $100 per 100,000 for a house, okay? So if you lower it down to $60 per 100,000, the taxes, then wouldn't that prolong the bond issue? I mean, the bond thing, the time to pay it back?
Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay, good question.
And then another thing, how much is the bond going to cost us? Do we pay taxes on that? I mean, not taxes, but in what do you call it? Fees on that money or what? Hello?
Thank you, Elizabeth. We'll answer any other questions you have.
Well, that would be it, but I still would go with the 60 unless it's going to cost us more for the bond, you know, to be paid back. Then it's useless, you know. But how many people can afford $100 per 100,000? That's, in my case, it would be over $500 plus what I'm paying now. That would be addition. It would become over $1,000 a year. And we have too many senior citizens and widows in this city that I don't think they could really afford that. I'm honest with you guys, you know, but I would love to see all these things come to fruit, you know, and be built and all of that. But that I'm telling you, it's going to be a hard road to hold. Thank you, and y'all have a nice evening.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and we'll answer all the questions as soon as we're done with public comment. Okay, let's go to Les Martin. Good evening, Les.
Okay, I think I figured it out. By the way, that picture there, that's from that Hilltop Park you guys were talking about a few weeks ago. I took that a few days ago. Yeah, this measure, I totally support it. The point the last lady made about the cost is a very important point. I mean, the homes here, the Dunes, or over at Sea Haven, they're starting at $1 million now. So those people are going to be multiplying that $70 a month times 10 just to start. I already pay over $10,000 a year in property tax. That'll make it closer to 11. I still would support it because I think the needs are so important. I don't understand totally the mechanics of how many years are we going to be paying for this bond? The kind of question the last lady was just asking about, I think I had some of those similar kind of questions. For what term are we going to do that? And then also, I assumed that you had a specific list of projects, a total 50 million, like 10 million for a fire station, 5 million for a police station. Now I'm just wondering, or was your vision that you're going to have $50 million for you guys to decide how to use down the road on these different visions, on these different problems? So that's just another question I had on that is, how did you see this money getting spent all at once for $50 million? I kind of say to myself, why am I paying for every facility that needs to be replaced over the last 50 years when we didn't do anything for the past 50 years? And now we're going to come in with some major tax payment each month because we have to do everything at once. Or should we go for one of the lower rate bonds and then do something now and then plan to do something again later on? So I don't know. I think you definitely need to target something that's going to get approved. I would support it. I just like to know more details. Are these, the cost of these facilities, are they really laid out and you got a really detailed plan, or no, you haven't done even preliminary planning yet? So again, good luck on this. Very good discussion tonight. Excellent brief. I would have thought you wanted to say, I want a fire station for this much, but listening to your brief, well, maybe that's not the best strategy. But I do think the undecideds are going to make you win or lose, and that's going to require the good PR campaign that was discussed about earlier. So thank you for this time to review your plan and give some input in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, you're frozen.
I'm trying to unmute Albert. But if you just unmute yourself, you should be ready to go. Okay, let's try Jeff Markham.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jeff, go ahead.
Okay, I'm a lay person at this. First off, I just wanted to say that, I'm one of the people that thinks that the city's going in the right direction. It's interesting listening to this meeting tonight because it seems like the poll firm and the
Everybody hear me?
and the methods that are being used, are kind of like manipulation. When you guys use language like,
I guess I'm having reception problems. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I on right now?
Yes, Alex.
Yes. I don't know if you heard anything I said. One of the people that likes the direction the city's going. Talking about the polling, it seems like the methods that the pollsters use, I don't like some of the languages that you guys use about trying to, it almost sounds like manipulation, trying to sell this thing, by turning up the heat through emotion and raising the level of concern. It sounds like scare tactics, kind of, to changing the language. But when it comes down to the bottom line, we need a lot of things, but it also comes down to money. Somebody like me, who, I worked for 40 years in commercial printing plants, but they didn't, it was a trade job that didn't have any pension or retirement. I live off Social Security. All of our homes are closing in on being $1 million homes. And $1,000 a year for a bond would be 5% of my income. And that doesn't sound good. I see these new hotels going up, and I'm assuming that we're getting a lot of taxes from them. So, yeah, the money part would be a hard sell for me. But it was a very good presentation, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Alex. Let's go to Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very clear. I think there's a lot of positives in it for me, that the perceived need is very clear. I think the trust in city governance is clear, but it seems very premature to me. I think this initiative is destined to fail unless there's a lot of money put in to try to get it to pass. So the better thing, in my opinion, would be to do is to continue the conversation about what is needed and to fold it into the longer general plan update that's coming up very soon. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Let's go to Mark Sweeney. Good evening, Mark. You,
Okay, can you hear me now?
yes, good evening, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, council members, members of the public, I'm the president of the Marina Professional Firefighters Association. I'll briefly speak on the needs of the city for a new fire station or new stations. First, let me affirm much of what I will touch on is available on the city's website, included in tonight's agenda, in addition to the presentation made tonight. In it are small portions of the hard data collected during an outside study, which without emotion or hyperbole address the city's needs. Ideally, fire stations are in centralized locations within the city. If you picture the hub of a wagon wheel with overlapping extremities. Current Marina fire stations are not ideally located. One is to the far west side of the city and one is to the far east side. Station 2, which the proposed bond measure would go towards replacing, is antiquated and located at the far east side of the city on a remote part of a former Army airfield and was never intended to serve the city at the time it was built. We've used it as a stopgap to be able to house a second staffed fire engine, provide better service to the east side of town, and to increase the number of personnel responding to fires and other emergencies, although it remains understaffed. Fire engine access to the roadway from Station 2 is currently delayed by FAA required fencing and gates, which we have to wait to open. The station was originally built for Army aviation crash rescue purposes, and absolutely no consideration was given, for obvious reasons, to the service to the city of Marina and its citizens. A fire service adage that seconds save minutes and minutes save lives is at play every time an emergency call is responded to from our current Station 2. We are in a conundrum where a fully staffed second station is badly needed by the city, but the current Station 2 location is coming up desperately short. The department has used what was available and has been fiscally responsible beyond what should be expected by the city, by the citizens of Marina. The time has come to give our growing city the emergency services it deserves from its fire department. Our members are highly trained professionals ready to answer the call, but we can only help after we arrive. Our response is hindered straight out of the gate when we do it from a far from ideal location. For the city and its citizens, we encourage you to support any movement towards improved fire department response through a desperately needed replacement fire station. While a bond measure may be worded in a particular way, as discussed during this meeting, to sell the bond to the voters, the statistics of the fire department response times don't lie and aren't manipulated. It is a plain and simple fact that our service needs improvement and the citizens deserve it. While you may have never needed to call 911 for help, and we hope you never do, the seconds and minutes saved by your fire department responding from a properly located and designed fire station may save the lives of you, your loved ones, or at the least, your valuables. Members of your fire department will be at the National Night Out event on August 2nd and the fire department open house on October 11th. That was August 2nd and October 11th, both at the Public Safety Building on Palm Avenue near Del Monte Boulevard. I encourage you to speak to us. Your firefighters are always happy to discuss ways we can better serve the needs of your city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight and for those comments. Let's go to 93933.
Hi, my name is Pat. I think that the bucket that we're being asked to vote on is too big. I think that all the needs are real, but I think that it's kind of daunting for people to be paying for it all at once at this time with the inflation going up, the bond rates going up. I think that we should break it down to 3 needs lists. I think it should go with the fire station, the city center, and the recreation part. I think that people would find that a lot easier to swallow. I also think we need to be real clear with how the assessment is going to be made. Is the assessment going to be made on your tax bill? Is it going to reassess your house? And that's to be really clear. Some of the seniors, as somebody pointed out, are living on $1,000 a month in Social Security. And this is going to be a big hit if it comes, whatever it is. So I think those points have to be addressed and be addressed clearly. Thank you.
Good points. Go to Brian McCarthy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Brian, loud and clear.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. First, congratulations on the survey. The results, I think, really appear to reflect pretty well on the job that you and staff are doing. And, assuming that's truly representative, I think you and staff should really be proud of yourselves. It also seems to reflect that people understand the city kind of has great needs. And, I guess I could break apart a lot of the comments that were made prior, most of which I actually very much agree with. I do think there needs to be more information that's disseminated. But I do want to talk a little bit about this idea of a 50 million versus a 30 million. And for me personally, I would support the higher level and maybe not necessarily the lower level, because I don't want to see the city go back to voters when more money is required. And I joined late, so sorry if this was already discussed, but as I talk to people, one of the questions I heard is it possible to word the measure or have 2 ballot measures? One that says, should the 50 level fail, would you support a 30 level? And so I guess that's a question for the council. And those are my comments. Like I said, the needs are great, and I think the 50 million is warranted, and I hope that that's on the ballot for the voters to decide. Thank you.
Okay. Brian said, and then I got disconnected. So Matt, can you?
I believe the next person is Tommy Balea.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me? Yellow.
Weak.
I guess the mayor's out, but I'm assuming you guys can hear me. So
We can hear you.
move along. Okay, thank you. I wasted 15 seconds. Okay.
Can you reset the clock, please?
Okay, thank
Go
you.
ahead,
The survey results, can they be reviewed? I guess that's the first question. And this bond money, if it does pass, will it take care of new developments other than government buildings, like hotels, litigation matters, that kind of thing? I'm just going to go right to the questions. Fire's not a want, it's a need. So let's don't move around that bush. What I've seen, just riding around on my bicycle, I documented quite a few things. So if this does pass, I see multi-city fire agencies on one fire. If this passes and we have all the stuff in place, what you guys want as far as fire stations, will the multi-agency go away? I guess that's an important question. Or will they still be there as a secondary source in case of a major fire or an earthquake? I noticed we also, in quality of life, we brought up the cell service. I'm assuming, is fire in place on cell service? I guess I need to know that. You can either say yes or no, or whatever on that, because that's based on that signal problem that we have. One point you're perfect, another point you're totally out of signal. And I guess there's more renters than owners, I guess landowners. So we documented that. So were the landlords surveyed or renters surveyed in this survey? I guess that's kind of, because I think in all what's going to happen, I think rents are going to go up. If you pass it to the landlord, because they're the landowner, and then when, of course, they're going to have to raise the rents. So I think that's going to be detrimental on fixed income. But I would think that this whole bond thing should be on needs, not wants. I know you want a new city building, but hey, you're growing exponentially, and now you've created this balloon, and I'm afraid what I see is we have multi-cities helping out with fires. Again, is that going to go away, or they're still there as a secondary, but we're going to have additional staff in fire buildings? Because what I've seen so far, I mean, I think that's real important. As far as quality of life, no real senior center, no riding no horse to the beach. I mean, I know we're talking about it, but I want to see all this stuff in my lifetime. It sounds like you want to do all this, but it's going to be for something that's going to be in 20 to 25 years from now. So you want to tax me for something that's going to happen later. I know some of the stuff you want is going to happen right away, but no senior center, better food stores. My God, you go to Watsonville and they have Safeway, Nob Hill, Staff of Life. I mean, you go to Prunedale and they have a Safeway. You go to Moss Landing and you can ride your horse to the beach. I mean, I see more things when I leave Marina and I come back, like a tsunami warning system. I don't see that. Bridges that are not earthquake reinforced, I see that. I mean, I could go on, but at this point, we're just going to have to close it. Good evening.
Thank you, Tommy. Let's go to Elizabeth Fisher. Good evening, Elizabeth.
Good evening, everybody. Instead of calling it scare techniques, I would like to call it information. If residents are aware that response times for fire and for medical emergencies are longer than recommended, I think it would convince them to vote yes. I've said it before, if you'd ever needed to wait for a fire engine or an ambulance, you would to arrive, you would wish that they were around the corner from you, that they were really close by. Please provide as much information as possible, like the duration of the bonds, estimated cost to build an extra fire station, etc. And just like Brian, I've wondered whether the two different amounts could be put on the ballot to see, if the higher one doesn't make it, maybe the lower one would. And regarding rentals, landlords can deduct the expenses. I don't think it would cause a very large rent increase, but it would offer better services to tenants and homeowners. Thank you all very much for working on this. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to John LaRocco. Hello, John.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm clear.
Awesome. Great presentation, great comments from the public. I live in Sea Haven, so I understand the fees and the dues. I think in order to get something like this passed, it has to be one, discussed and not thrown out there quickly. A lot of promotion on it, an understanding of timelines, where the money is going, how long it's going to take for something to get built. Can there be a stepped approach where, say, you do 50 million or whatever, but you step up the taxes as you're using the money? Also, I think it's hard. It's seriously hard to swallow for new residents, specifically in the Dunes and Sea Haven area, where you're talking about $10,000 to $14,000 a year that we're already paying. And the question is where is that additional funds from the new houses going to, right? That can potentially offset this, because if we're coming in with $12,000 already a year, and you're tacking on another 1,500 to $2,000 a year, what happened to the first 12 grand? So that's all I mean, I support this. I think we should go forward, but I think we need to do it strategically so that it doesn't get a vote of a no. That's all.
Thank you very much, John, and hope you stay involved. Let's go to Peter Lay. Good evening, Peter.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and the member of City Council. I submit my comment in also in writing, and I send the to your email address. Now, let's talk about the proposed GO bond and tax measure. The deployment analysis of Marina Fire Department that the City Council accepted in June 2021 stated that 2, not 1 new fire station are needed for the city. It's described in recommendation G as shown on the city manager report. 1 for the southern area of Marina that's located in the vicinity of Indian Parkway and California Avenue at an estimated cost of $17 million. The second new fire station for the northern areas of Marina, this is located on Del Monte Boulevard in the vicinity of Vince DiMaggio Park at an estimated cost of $16 million. At a previous City Council meeting, Marina City Manager discussed these 2 new fire stations when he discussed the project cost and option for funding the proposed projects. But now the city only consider 1 new fire station for the southern Marina areas and eliminates consideration for the second new fire station serving northern Marina area in the proposed GO bond. The city has not provided any oral or written explanation or justification on the deletion of the second new fire station near Vince DiMaggio Park. Marina City Manager only said city would build this new second fire station when city has enough money in the future, which could be 20 or 30 years from now. The mentioned deployment analysis of Marina Fire Department confirmed that the city Marina has not provided equal fire protection service to the northern Marina area for the last 47 years. That's since 1975. Marina City Manager stated that the new fire station near Imjin Parkway will be the headquarters of the fire department. Since most fire personnel and equipment will move from the existing fire station on Palm Avenue to the new fire station near Imjin Parkway, the fire response time and the availability of a full fire crew from this new fire station to the northern Marina areas will be longer than currently exists. Marina City Council now asks Marina voters living in the northern area to pay for the new fire station located near Imjin Parkway in South Marina, that not only these residents don't receive equal benefits from this new fire station, but also their existing fire protection service will be reduced and suffer longer response time. In approve only 1 new fire station near Imjin Parkway, this city council consider residents living in a certain area as first-class citizens and citizens living in the northern area as second-class citizens. And the rest of my comment is in my email, and I asked that the mayor and the council member read my comment. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much, Peter. And let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Hello, Grace.
Hello, Mayor and Council. You can hear me okay?
Yes, good evening.
First, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. I know that you've been spending a number of months discussing this, so I appreciate the hearing the results of the survey. Of all my friends here in Marina, I know only of one person who actually did receive the survey. They received it as an email. So here's just a couple of comments I have in what I heard tonight. If 80% of the calls to the fire department is medical related, could we not be looking at small substations that would address medical calls and not be looking at such a large brand new fire station? Though I can certainly appreciate that a station positioned at the Marina Airport is not serving any of Marina's needs, certainly not the east side of Marina's needs. I think that we need to do, if this council hopes to pass this bond by a 2/3 voter approval, you're going to need to do a much better job of defining community center. And I, as a 64-year-old married to a 71-year-old, would stay away from calling a facility a senior center and instead be looking at verbiage like an active adult center. I'm going to hope I can keep track of my thoughts here. 100% of the money that will be raised in the taxation on this bond measure will be going back to the city. I think it's really important that this is something that you emphasize as a council as you go out to push this measure. Unlike much of what's on our property taxes, not a lot of it goes back to the city of Marina. This will go back to the city of Marina, 100% of it. I think you need to anticipate a possible backlash from our newest homeowners here in Marina who will be paying substantially more for this bond than those of us who have lived in Marina for many, many years. Perhaps that won't happen, and perhaps the newer homeowners will see the value of these improvements more than the older homeowners. Some months back, it was my understanding that this bond measure was going to include funds to complete the sports complex and the aquatic center that are located on 2nd Avenue. Is that no longer being considered? And then finally, I would have to say, I'm terribly disappointed that the respondents of 301 did not put up at 80% the need to address mold and asbestos in our city hall. And I will tell the staff that's listening in right now, I certainly do believe you need much improved facility, but I am very disappointed that we have postponed taking care of that problem for 40+ years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace, for those great comments. We'll leave public comment open a couple more moments in case anyone who hasn't spoken wants to raise their hand. Please go ahead and raise your hand. We'll get right to you. Okay, we will go ahead and close public comment. And this was some of the best public comment I recall in quite a while. So thank you, everybody who chose to speak. Denise asked if we're going to get a quick sketch for the public, especially of what a lower bond amount like 30 million would get us versus a higher amount like 50 or 60 million. Lane, can you address that?
Yes, I think that is part of the discussion and some of the direction that we need from the council tonight. building a fire station on the southern end of the city in the Imgen, California Avenue area. And that would serve as a, we would shift our headquarters station from Palm to that area. It would allow us to build a station for a ladder truck, and it would provide through build out the 4-minute response time that we need for all of the that southern part of the city, as well as all the commercial growth that's going there, and so that's a critical need, and we estimate that facility at about 17 million. And then the other part of the discussion really gets to be on our, and I'm not sure of the language we want to use to call it. We've had some good comment feedback about that, but of essentially our civic center. Civic center really is your core identity of your community, and your great communities have great civic centers, and we don't have one here. And our general plan 22 years ago acknowledged the importance of building a civic center and identified some key locations and made it a priority. And so when we're talking a civic center, and right now we have a police station that's combined with the fire station, a public safety building here at Palm, and when it was built, it actually had to be even downsized because they just didn't have the money to fund it at that point. And so there's just a lot of deficits in that building. And so we definitely see a need of moving the police from that facility, as well as the city hall facility, council chamber facilities, and you move those and combine them. And right now our planning departments are in another facility, and then when we talk about, Grace has had a good comment, transition from not senior center but active adult centers or community centers. That's where your civic centers are. They're gathering places where your community can come together. And one of the great things that the council envisioned in the general plan was the beautiful part of Lock Padden Park, because that's a great gathering point for our community. It would be adjacent to our downtown and would help support our long-term downtown. And it's right next to the library, and those are just natural places. But yet, when we look at the combined cost of a civic center, that would include your police, your city hall, active adult community spaces, the police station, that cost gets up about 35 million. And so that's what drives the cost of putting it up at 50 million. And I think that is some of the discussion we want to have tonight of, do we want to do those two main facilities, or if we do a civic center facility, do we want to try to phase it in, design it such that we have all the overall uses, and phase it in and do a little bit lower bond measure, and then as we get different revenues that come in, we have future land sales that'll be coming in. As these new homes are getting built, we're collecting impact fees, and they aren't at huge thresholds right now, but as they continue to build homes, we'll have public safety impact fees that can contribute to that. And so I think that is some of the direction we need tonight, is if we're want to do both those two main facilities, fire and your civic center, with all those combined uses, we're at 50 million, maybe a little bit over 50 million. If we want to phase it in and do a lower bond measure at 40 million, 45 million, we can talk about that. We'll our updated tax rate assessment numbers actually show the cost is a little bit lower than what we initially talked, and that was in the memorandum that I put out. And Matt, if you could pull up that chart, and
Lane, we do want to get through the questions and then there's other things to consider, but this question was, will we eventually get a sketch of what 30 million will buy compared to what 60 or 50 million will buy before we make our decision and take it to the voters?
You'll have to make that decision tonight. So you won't get a sketch of a plan, but we'll definitely need to talk about what we want.
Okay, so Matt, please prepare that information that Lane's asking for, but let's get through the questions before we get into that, because it's a whole different direction. We haven't gone yet tonight. And that's what it's going to cost everybody, depending on where we go. So the next question was, how much does the bond cost for debt service, et cetera, not necessarily for the facilities that we'll pay for?
So 100% of the bond will go to the facilities, and some of the people ask different questions about the intricacies of the bond. So it will be, it'll probably be a 30-year bond. Your general obligation bonds for facilities are generally 30 years. If you do it 20 years, and that tax rate is going to go up. If it's 40 years, it'll go down. But generally, you target a 30-year bond. And then you can structure those bonds in different ways, because we're a growing community, and which means we're going to be adding additional properties to that tax base. And as you add additional properties, then your actual tax rate that you're paying will drop over time. And so if you're starting off and your tax rate is say $200 a year, and our new numbers show us at $180 for a $30 million bond, so you're about $15 a month. As we add new growth over time, that tax rate would drop, and so your payment actually could drop over time if we structured it that way. We could structure it different ways that just is level over the 30-year bond, but these are things that we work out with our financial advisor and our bond counsel, trying to understand where the market is and where the investors are and where that sweet spot is.
Okay, so I think the question from Elizabeth was really, what does the bond cost in fees and debt service as opposed to what it costs in facilities? And I think she's thinking if we get a lower bond, maybe we lose money. If we get a higher bond, maybe we save money on debt service costs and that kind of thing.
I think like when she says debt service, she is just referring to the cost of issuing the bond.
Like Preston Park, when we spent 37 million on Preston Park, 35 went to buy Preston Park and 2 million went to debt service.
Yeah, our actual cost of issuing the bond isn't going to change a whole lot whether you do a $30 million bond, $40 million bond, $50 million bond. That's same work is pretty much identical to that.
Okay, so if we did a $30 million bond or a $50 million bond, is that the total, or does it go up to 32 or 33 for the services, or does the service fees come out of the 30 million?
So what we would target, we'd say, okay, if we need $30 million for city facilities, then they would structure that bond so that we get $30 million, and they would levy the tax rate based on that. We have Brian Quint online. If we could bring him over, I think he was there. Is he still here?
Still here, yeah.
He's our bond counsel, and he's probably a better person to answer those
Go ahead,
questions.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. So the bond issue, whatever size bond is authorized, the cost of doing the transaction will come out of the bond proceeds. And as Lane indicates, it's a small percentage of the bond issue. All the rest of the proceeds will be used for and available for the projects that are authorized. If I can, I've been listening to this since the beginning, and if I can just answer a few of the questions, I think it would help to clarify a few things, if that's okay. Number one, all the voters will vote for this, whether they are homeowners or renters. But only the homeowners are going to pay the tax. And as somebody indicated, there's going to be, eventually there'll be some indication in the leases of rental properties, the landowners are going to try to pass some of that on. But the vote, everyone votes, and only the property owners vote. It's also very important to know that the value, the tax is based on the assessed value of the property, not on the market value of the property. And as somebody also indicated, the newer houses, the ones that sold more recently, are going to have the higher value. When people sell their homes, as they are sold, they're going to be reassessed. But you know what your assessments are, and I know most people know that the assessed value of their homes are substantially lower than they would be able to reap if they sold at the market value. The tax is levied on the tax roll. So your property tax bill is where you'll see the tax, just like you see a school tax or an assessed district tax or a Melrose tax. It would show up on the tax bill. As Lane indicated, they're generally speaking, these are 30-year bonds. As the assessed value of the community grows, it will, as Lane indicated, it could have a negative or a reduction in the assessed. So if it starts out at $50, $100,000, as values increase in the community, that 50 can come down somewhat. Of course, if there's a recession and values decline, then in order to pay the bonds, that property tax levy is going to go up. But that's unusual. I know we dealt with it a few years ago, but that's unusual. Also, the bonds, if the bonds are authorized to be issued in 50 million, that doesn't mean all 50 million needs to be issued immediately. That can be done in series. So you can decide if you have two buildings that you need to build, and it's going to, or 3 buildings, and it's going to take 50 million. You can do the first 15 million, and then you can decide to build it and come back later and issue the bonds for the second one. Of course, building costs are likely to go up, and you may not have enough money if you wait, but just want to make it clear that there's this ability to issue the bonds in series. There may be other questions that I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, yeah, stay on the line, so to speak. We have more questions for you now that we have you. Can we put different bonds on the ballot? Can we put a 30 million and a 50 million? Or can we put a bond for a police station at 16 million or whatever, and then a separate bond measure for a fire station at 17 million? Can we parcel these out to have multiple ballot measures?
The answer is yes, as long as there's for separate projects. But I can tell you that you put too many items on the ballot, none of them are likely to pass in my experience. One's confusing enough. When you start having multiple, I think that's going to cause more confusion. The answer, though, technically is yes. You can have one measure to build and finance a police station, and one to build a fire station, and one to do City Hall if you wanted to. But in my experience, putting several items on the same ballot, it's going to be confusing.
Okay, Brian asked in this kind of vein, could we put 2 ballot measures on the ballot such that if the first one for 50 million failed, then the support for we would have a 30 million, and people could vote on that at the same time.
No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Each measure has to be specific, and you can't have that kind of alternative ballot language.
Okay, and then Tommy asked if this bond measure could it go to private buildings, or could it go to litigation costs? What are the restrictions on where this money could be spent?
Okay, great question. Absolutely not. General obligation bond, the proceeds of general obligation bonds can be used for only 2 things: the acquisition of property and the improvement of property, period. Cannot be used for equipment. It can't be used for salaries. It can't be used to support the general fund, and it certainly cannot be used for any kind of private property. It's got to be used for public improvement, and it can only be for the acquisition or improvement of real estate.
All right. And John asked, is there an option to increase the taxes as time goes on so that they'd start out maybe more affordable and then increase later on?
The answer is yes, to an extent. So normally what happens is these general obligation bonds, and I haven't seen all of the numbers, but you can build into the analysis of the potential debt service of slightly increasing assessed value based on historical. So in other words, you can build a 4% annual increase into the assumed levy, and then you could build your debt service that way. So yes, it could be smaller at the early on, and it would grow, but ultimately you're going to end up paying the higher amount when you eventually.
Okay, thank you. I think those are the only ones I had that were right in your alley, but maybe we'll ask you if there's something else comes up. So moving down the list of questions, Les asked what facilities will be purchased. And I think we're talking fire stations, police stations, community centers, those kinds of public facility buildings. And sort of in that vein, Grace asked, does this mean that the things like aquatic center, sports center, that those are off the table as far as being paid for by these bonds? Lane, I think you're probably the best there.
Yes, and I think that's another education piece that we need to get out there, because those absolutely are not off the table. The council has funded the sports center, and actually on July 19th and 20th, we have an open house that we are bringing back the plans at the 35% level for the aquatic center, sports center, and the pavilion. And we have other revenue sources, primarily the FORA blight removal bonds, and these escrow bonds that we are, which is another $4 million. And so we can shift around some FORA blight removal bonds, and one of the strategies is shift some of those monies, which by the bond are allowed to rehab these buildings on the former Fort Ord property. The thing is, some of the public sees we're doing these improvements to these facilities on former Fort Ord property, and those are highly restricted funds. And we also, as the Sea Haven and Dunes development, they are paying, the developer is paying this, what we call a community facilities fee. And that fee, part of that can go to blight removal. And so we kind of have a flow chart put together that we really haven't shared with the public of how we can use these other restricted funds. But to answer her question, no, the aquatic center and sports center are still moving forward, and we think we'll be able to develop the appropriate funding sources for those.
Okay, and to answer Grace's question even more, is it true, Lane, that we have various pots of money, some of which are restricted where they can go, and that there's kind of like two plans? One plan is to how to do a lot of things in the city with the money we have in hand that is insufficient or unable to be spent on these bond facilities that we're talking about. And so we're really thinking about two things at once: a package of projects with existing money in our hand, which is insufficient for these bigger ticket items. And then we're talking about a bond for these bigger ticket items. Is that roughly true?
Yes, that's correct. And typically, like for these bigger ticket items of city facilities like this, you don't have other revenue sources. You can never save up to build those. And those are typically, you have to go up for general obligation bonds, measures like that.
Okay. Let's ask a question, kind of good segue here. Do we have detailed cost estimates for these fire stations, police stations, community centers that we're talking about coming from a bond?
We have as good as we can. We've had an architect that builds these all throughout the state. And the problem is, over the last year, the costs have gone crazy. We started off with the architect estimating 8 to 9 million, and then went up to 10 million, then 12 million, and we're at 17 million. But really, until we get through the detailed drawing process and get out there and get bids, we aren't positive for sure. So we're, if anything, estimating on the high end just because we're a little unsure. But we have an architect that builds these all the time, and this is the best information that we have as far as the civic center, police station, and fire station.
Okay. Tommy asked if the survey results we saw tonight can be made available for review. I assume he means by the public.
Yeah, absolutely. This whole presentation and those questions on the survey, we'll post that immediately on our website. Matt has set up a website specifically for this measure on our city websites on the front page, and we're going to start including all these documents on that website.
Okay, here's a question for Adam and John. This is a question from Tommy Bolea. Were landlords surveyed or just renters?
People who were surveyed were voters in the city, regardless of whether they were property owners or renters. So if you were a landlord who's not registered to vote in the city, you wouldn't have been surveyed. Only people who were voters in the city.
All right.
And voters who had voting histories for 2022 general election and gubernatorial election.
2022? You mean the one we just, you mean 20?
The November 2022.
Right.
That their voting history would imply they'd be likely to vote in the upcoming election.
In a gubernatorial.
Okay. A few fire questions. And I want to thank Mark Sweeney for fire-related comments. Questions that came up related to fire. One by Tommy. If the measure were to pass to fund fire stations, will other fire agencies still be available for backup mutual aid?
The short answer to that question is yes. If we relocate our station 2, it's still the same number of people. It's a matter of we'll have more engine companies at the scene of a fire and medical aid in a timely manner throughout the city. And I can give you a great example of how critical some of these things are. Like I said, we have the one station 2 is on the edge of the city, which is a poor location to serve the city. But we had a fire about a month ago, and this engine company happened to be on one was on a medical aid, just happened in the middle of the night when we had a structure fire. But the fire happened, the other engine was coming. By the time our 2 engines got there, they actually rescued a person inside the house. They pulled her out while she's still alive, and a lot of us do this. She's there in a timely, we had people there in a timely manner. So we're not going to reduce, we still have the same amount of people, but we're just not going to reduce our auto aid.
All right. Tommy also, I think, was kind of thinking about that the cell service sometimes in different areas of the city isn't as good as other areas. And his question was, is the fire department response still, is it very dependent on cell service or not?
No, our response, as long as somebody can talk to 911, we get dispatched. There's a radio communication system that we're dispatched through. So we do not depend on cell phones for our dispatching or our auto aid or mutual aid partners.
Okay. Grace asked that given that 82% of our fire department calls are for medical reasons, can we consider smaller substations?
I think, there's 2 issues there. One issue is that we desperately need a truck. We don't have any place to house a truck. We have a whole swath of the city that we can't get to right now. But we need to have a baseline of service for the city. And if the city grows and stays within basically the same footprint, then we can really look at having those smaller units as we grow. Instead of building another fire station, at that point, we really look at a small engine. We have all these ADUs being built in the city, and because of some changes in state laws, they don't have to have sprinkler systems. We're really creating a new fire problem. So we need to have our base fire stations in a proper location to provide fire and medical response. And then once we can get that down, and if we have to expand more because of call volume population, then we could really look at those smaller units.
Okay. All right. Switching gears a bit here. John asked, maybe this is probably for Lane, where are the current property taxes from new residents in Marina, let's say the Dunes and Sea Haven, where are they going? Thinking, why do we need to pay more taxes when we just got here? We're paying a good amount of taxes. Where are our current tax payments going?
So everyone's tax payments, they just go in the general fund. And everyone gets it, an equal benefit from that. Is that the new homes, if they come in and their assessed value is $1 million, they will be paying more than your median Marina household or median Marina home is about $429,000. And so even though the market value of those homes may be $800,000 or $900,000, the assessed value is lower. And that assessed value, it only increases a maximum of 2% per year. And that's based on Prop 13. And so you're always going to have those disparities everywhere in California because of Prop 13. Your existing homeowners are just going to be paying a lot more, especially where home prices have gone up. But that's just a reality in any community.
Ben, can you be a little more specific as far as, if I pay $10,000 a year, or if I pay $1 in taxes and property taxes, how much of that actually ends up going to the city's general fund?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that's a really a point that people misunderstand, that they think they pay, I think someone had mentioned they pay $10,000 out at Sea Haven or the Dunes in property tax. And the assumption is that those go to the city. And the reality is the largest portion of that, and it kind of varies between 45 and 55%, but it goes to the state for education. And it doesn't go directly to our schools, it goes to the state, and then it's apportioned back based on a formula to the schools. And then the next largest portion goes to Monterey County, and then you have special districts, and then typically out of that property tax, about 12 to 13%. It varies every year, but that's probably a good number. 12 to 14% actually goes to the city of Marina. So if you're paying $10,000, $1,200, $1,400 of it comes to us, and the bulk goes to the state and the county.
And special districts.
And special districts, yes.
Okay. I think we're getting close to being done with the direct questions. If I missed any that someone else noted, please let me know. We'll take that one next. I think that's it. Did anyone else note any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Doug.
There is a question, I think, from Mr. Lee that, or I'm not sure who, but I wrote it down. They said that we're going to move the people from our current fire station to Station 2 and leave the downtown unstaffed, and that's not quite accurate. We're going to, at this plan, would we move the engine company from the airport over to the south side of the city.
Yeah, I think Peter was concerned that the northern portion of our town, let's say Koski Avenue, near Walmart, Cardosa Avenue, so they would still be served by a Palm Avenue Central Marina station, you're saying, and then the Sea Haven, the Dunes, possibly Preston Park and Abrams, they'd be served by the Imgen Parkway station?
Well, primarily, but you remember by moving that station over, it'll be coming into Central Marina too. So the station, yes, it will. We have that whole swath of the city. Plus, remember, Palm Station moving, so we have CSUMB, all the new housing in Marina that it will go to, but it's also going to be in proximity to Central Marina too. So it's benefiting the whole city. Whereas right now, it's coming in from airport every time it comes into the city. So it's that long response time.
Okay. So that's it to answer the questions. A lot of comments were made that weren't questions that were really good to hear. And maybe somehow the minutes of tonight can include those comments, Lane. I don't know how much work that is for Anita.
We can definitely do that. And I think that is a great suggestion. And so we'll work on that top priority and try to have that available in the next week.
It might take you a week to do it, Anita, but then after that, I think you deserve a vacation.
It's election time, no chance.
Right, it gets busy. Okay, so let's come back to council and comments, questions. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was very informative listening to the comments from the public. As we've all acknowledged over many, many times, we have a great community here. And what I heard was a support for the city, a support for this administration. And I also heard the reality of the economic times that we live in, and how, as is usually the case, economics fall out disproportionately among socioeconomic groups. As it turns out, those who are most able to pay for an increased tax amount, will benefit the most, and those who are least able to afford it always seem to get the least end of the service. But be that as it may, I think we've all lived with our facilities. We know where the shortcomings are. I think our police and fire have done an amazing job with what we have. And I'm continually encouraged by their professionalism and concern for, the city. However, having said all that, I think the time frame is too limited. I think we should probably think about having a special election next June, or maybe even one in November, and really get a lot of information to the public, really build a ground support for this initiative. I think, the current talks of inflation, recession, there's a lot of confusion or concern now. And I just think the timing of this, there's never a good time to ask for more taxes. That's why we're here, because we've been kicking it down the road for all these years. And, you dance, you've got to pay at some point. We've danced and had a lot of fun here in the city of Marina, but I think we need to recognize that we've exhausted the utility of the facilities that we've come to rely on, and that they are now endangering our quality of life rather than supporting that. So, but I think that's a message that builds through constant messaging, through outreach, through promotion. And I just think the 2-3 month timeline to do that is just too narrow. I would hate to, put it out in November, have it fail, and then, have to come back in June or November again, asking again. I think there might be a certain amount of bond fatigue. Don't want to get into that, but I feel support in the community. I think if we took a poll of those who are participants tonight, it would pass. But the reality is, a lot of folks who vote are not concerned with what goes on in the city. That just that's just a reality. So to raise the awareness, or raise the education level, I think is going to take a big effort. And so I'm just not really feeling the success at this point for a November ballot. Those are my comments.
Thank you, David. Let's go to, and welcome back, Councilmember Lisa Berkeley. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to really sincerely thank our staff here who presented. Give me one moment. I have a little bit of background noise.
Somebody's in trouble.
Thank you very, very much. So is this reserved for questions?
No, this is anything, comments, questions.
Okay, I have questions. I want to say thank you very much to those that spent Sunday with me on a bond measure conversation at farmer's market. That was Brian McCarthy and our chief, Doug McCoon, our fire chief. I was there 2 Sundays in a row to talk about community things, and including a lot of questions about our bond measure. And it was most positive for the most part. I totally agree as a communications professional, completely agree that we've got to be able to do some outreach. It's not impossible, not at all. I think people need to know things like how much it's going to cost them. We had the sample bill that we brought out to show people, which we should probably recreate, a sample bill, and on these bills, where your taxes actually go to. And I think it's very important to note that 80% of our taxes do not stay local. So while it's a matter of like, why can't we pay for this, that, or the other? And in doing some research, the current facilities that we do have were paid by a bond measure. And that bond measure has lapsed. It run its course. It was a 30-year. So the reason we have facilities that we have is because people invested in Marina. And it's not like the state will give you monies so very easily, even though we're owed it. And I do want to say that I have been exhausting conversations to get the state to return money to us. But that's Lane Long will tell you, our city manager, that's an ongoing conversation, because unfortunately the mentality tends to be, let's grow government rather than take care of our local governments. So that's what we're up against. The other comment I want to say is the beauty of our system, that is our police and fire, is that everybody receives the same level of care. The most excellent level of care, response time. So it doesn't matter if you are on the poverty scale or you're a gazillionaire, everybody receives the same. And that speaks to the professionalism of our officers and our fire departments and the system that we have in place. But it's just unfortunate that our city has grown, and it's never been a good time at all. It's kind of like talking about your estate planning. No one really wants to do it, but you have to do it. Or sometimes having children, you'd like to, but the career things come in place. So I just want to make the point that it is never a good time to have these conversations, because there's recessions, economic factors, inflation, any number of things that are beyond our control. But the facts still remain. Anytime, the more we kick it down, the more we are throwing good money after bad. And that is where our facilities are completely lacking in habitability and safety, asbestos. Case in point, we're here tonight in Zoom because our facilities are not equipped to handle all 22 of you in a safe manner, and that are here, that is attendees, and a total of 17 panelists, and also a growing workforce. So again, I understand Mr. Burnett's comments that it is, maybe it's not the right time, but it's also depending who you talk to. I was actually very quite impressed with Mr. Martin's comments, Les Martin's comments, that he's for it, and in some of the residents out in the dunes, because they pay the most, and they've come here and recognized that, wow, what happened to Marina? Why don't we have these world-class facilities? Or why are there limited hours? Or it's just frustrating that we live in such a wonderful community, and that is expressed in the survey. But we just don't have the facilities to back it up. And case in point was our library, which is a phenomenal center of community. And it was hardworking people that did some amazing heavy lifting and got community to pass it. And guess what we have now is a center of community that thrives, that reaches hundreds of people, and it attracts hundreds of people. So I just kind of, we've just got to fashion that similar response, that similar experience. And a lot of that goes back to what Mr. Burnett says is outreach. Some of the questions I just wanted to bring up was that there were questions that were asked already, like, is it a tax on my current assessed value? Is it going to reassess my value? Is it that kind of thing? But I think we definitely do need to do some outreach to explain the ins and outs of it and what it means for a typical person. I worry about our seniors and their ability to pay, but like it or not, Proposition 13 has been a friend to most people who've had their homes for a long time. And that has been because your taxes are assessed. And I love to do a comparison. A friend moved to Texas, and on a $450,000 home, they're paying over $12,000 on one property. That's what we pay on 2 properties here in town. So it's almost like, you know, what are we willing to invest in? And that's part of the conversation that we have to have with community. Let me see, I have a bunch of notes here. People like Mr. LaRocco's, the timeline, how long, that kind of thing. Again, I mentioned 80%. His question is like, why don't we have more money here? 80% goes to the state, and a good portion goes to the school board, facilities bond, college bond for facilities. So just I urge everybody to take a look at your property tax bill. People like Allison Kim, who's here tonight, thank you, had a lot of great questions and ideas at Farmers Market, and I just want to have more conversations like that. So I'm going to propose a couple things here, and one is that I would like to see, I can't tell anybody to do anything, but without breaking our Brown Act violations, I'd like to see us doing much more outreach. The Farmers Market people have committed a table to us every Sunday. I'm probably going to go camping this Sunday with my family, so I can't make it. So I would love to see if others from this council are ready to do some heavy lifting on that. And that is sit with the, and we have all the paperwork, all the fire studies, all the police facility studies, all of our priority list, all the questions you all have been asking. I want to thank our city manager who made copies of them. So I have copies for everybody, and we're going to put this on a website so we can see the big full picture. So if you're going to make a big decision about your house, putting a roof or a new bathroom, you got to understand what it's going to mean for your family or the value of your house. And we've got to do the same thing for this conversation. I just want to say I'm also feeling like I'm tired of shortchanging our city. I would be more impressed, more favorable to the 50 million, because I would hate to come back to the same voters and say, it wasn't enough. And this is for our, our police and our fire and our facilities. It's nothing self-centered, our self-serving, why we want a new city council chambers. I just invite anybody to come down and just take a look, which I'm going to be also suggesting as we do perhaps tours or virtual tours, to really get people to understand what we're working with. What else? I had written down some questions, but I think a lot of them were answered this evening. These were questions. I had about 12 questions from people that I talked to, or myself and Chief McCown and Chief Nieto talked at the farmers market about, and I can add those or pass them on, but a good amount of them were answered tonight. So that's all I have to say. My motion would be to move forward with a $50 million with a lot of community outreach and a lot of community conversation. So I think that's all I have to say in my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have several questions, some of which are pretty short. And I want to ask Lane, today, do we have to just decide the level of bond that we are going to move forward on? Or do we have to decide the facilities that go into that bond? I'm not sure what specific decision you're looking for.
We need both, because on the 26th, when we come back to the council, we're going to have a resolution that's going to have to detail our need for the bond. It's going to have to specify which facilities, and then we also need to come back with the ballot language. The ballot language is going to have to specify the dollar amount.
Okay, got it. Okay, now we had kind of interrupted you, but you said you were going to start into the memo, which you said you recalculated some of the expenses for the original estimates for the facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, I do have that.
Yeah, could you go over that? And I'm just relying on what we talked about before about a new fire station, a ladder truck, and a police station, City Hall, and Civic Center, all sort of, if we can mush those all together. Is that still the ones that are primarily?
You're correct, although ladder truck, I think, as Brian Quinn talked about, not sure that equipment would qualify for a geo bond.
I see, got it, right. So it's the other two, the new fire station, the police station embedded in civic center / city hall. Okay,
That's correct.
so could you give us the new estimates?
Yeah, Matt, if you can pull that up, please. So
If you could blow it up a little bit, just to make it easier for everyone to see the numbers.
So this is the three different levels, 30, 40, and 50 million. And so at a 30 million, if your assessed value is 100,000, you'd be paying roughly $46, $47 a year. And so if the average assessed value is 429,000, you're roughly paying 4 times that, or $180 a year is what the average homeowner in Marina would pay. That is roughly $15 a month. And then at the 50 million bond level, that is $73 per 100,000. Annual would be $300, and per month is $25. Now, if you were a home at the Dunes and your assessed value is $1 million, then you know that you're roughly double these amounts, or a little bit more.
And how does this compare with the ones that we originally had?
So this is lower. So like we originally were talking at $105 for a $50 million bond per 100,000 assessed value, and we were at $60 for a 30 million bond. And so they've come down quite a bit. And this is based on, as they're getting new numbers of the property growth and the growth of our tax base, that is reflecting that as we grow, that annual tax rate is going to come down.
Great. Thank you very much. And along with this idea, we mentioned during the discussion that it's possible to create a 30-year bond that has just this kind of thing embedded in it, where the collective community growth then pulls down the tax rate, correct? We could actually structure that within the 30-year bond.
Correct.
It sounds on the surface that it could be significant. I think that in terms of Marina, we have so much growth that is already on the books and will continue with Sea Haven, with Dunes, with Marina Station. So I can't not foresee some kind of a halt in that kind of growth. And of course, we have other ones planned in the future as well. So would that be a good bet for us to go in that direction?
We'll have to work on that with our financial advisor and Brian Quinn. He's our bond counsel, but we can bring back some greater detail what we would at our July 26th meeting, and we would explain the strategy that would be recommended and why.
Okay.
We could have some options then.
Right. Because in essence, even to get to the place where you're going to be spending money on the infrastructure resources, wood and whatever else goes into building a building, that's still quite a way away. So that I assume would be the bolus of the money that you'll need to build. And we won't have that. We're going to be doing so much planning ahead of time and using consulting and that kind of softer services, right? So it might make sense for us to not have so much up front.
Correct. And I think Brian Quinn talked about we could do serial bonds and do a certain amount of upfront, and then at the 3-year mark, 5-year mark, increase it. So yes, we can definitely structure it. And in reality, I think you're absolutely right, that we have a lot of more detailed planning to do, and a lot more outreach to do on that.
Great, wonderful. Okay, now just want to make sure that the public understands this. When we talk about police, we are thinking about it as a complex with City Hall and a civic center, kind of whatever that civic center is going to turn out to be. But that is kind of what we're moving towards. Is that not correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, now I also want to emphasize that I know our current facilities for our civic centers and our City Hall is wholly inadequate. I mean, it's embarrassing, 45-year-old temporary structures. We're not even compliant with the things that we need to be. And apparently we've had lots of problems with mold and whatever else is in those structures, I don't know. But if we were to not go forward for spending on a new facility, how much do we have to sink into these just to make it safe and compliant with ADA?
I think we're talking probably $5 to $7 million just to make them to where they need to function in a safe place. That's not renovating them so that you're getting another 20 years of useful life out of the building. It's just making them so they can operate.
Lane, let me jump in, please. Kathy, when you say 5 to 7 million, toward which buildings would that money go?
So the City Hall, the council chamber, we still have problems with the annex, and actually I didn't really include the police station. And so the police station, you're another 2 to 5 million in the police station.
And the planning annex, is that in addition?
Yeah, the planning annex is newer, but we continue to have mold problems down there.
Okay, so with the planning annex, the city council, City Hall, police, is it roughly 9 to 10 million?
Yeah, I think that's a good number.
And Kathy, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's significant. That is money that we're just throwing away, period, in my mind. So I just want to make a note of that. And this question is for Brian Quinn. I'm sorry. We were talking about the cost of the bond, and I know you kind of talked about generalities. Can you at least say what percentage is the cost of the bond? We don't need exact numbers, but is it like 2% or 5% or 10%? I don't know.
Well, as Lane indicated, the size of the bond is not going to be that. There will be some difference based on the size of the bond. Let me just try to give you I would say, I'm not going to be too good on percentages, but if you did a $50 million bond, maybe $200,000 to $300,000.
Oh gosh. Okay, so we're talking small.
Relatively speaking, yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. That's a relief to hear.
Kathy, one moment. Let's go to Juan Lopez, our finance director.
Hi. Yeah, just to put that in perspective, because Brian Quinn did help us on our Measure X bond recently, and that's about the fee that we paid for the issuance of the Measure X bond. So there's not a whole lot of incremental costs associated with sizing up the bond. It's kind of close to a flat fee, I would say. Brian, is that kind of a fair assessment of that?
Yeah, some of my fee is based on the size, but the calculation on a general obligation bond is much lower. I think that number 2 to 300,000 on a $50 million bond is probably in the ballpark. If I'm off, I'm not off by a lot. And again, as was indicated, as a percentage of the 50 million, it's very low. It's a relatively no. I don't want to discount, a couple of $100,000, but as a percentage of 50 million, it's low.
It's very low. I wish you had said that in the beginning, because I was actually afraid, are we talking about a larger amount than I was anticipating? So that's peanuts to me. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Sorry, do you mind? I just, because you made something and because I had to go to work for an hour, I missed a point. And do you mind if I ask for clarification so I can track this conversation?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. You made reference, and Lane answered that Brian said something about the structuring of the bond. Can I just get like a 2-second highlight of that piece of how that worked as far as like paying out over time or adjusting?
This is Brian. Sure. the point is that just because the voters authorized $50 million, that doesn't mean all $50 million needs to be issued at once. It could be spread out over a number of years, as was indicated. Some of these projects are going to take some time architect's fees, engineering fees, the soft costs are going to take some time. So if the city issued or authorized, if the voters authorized 50 million, then it might be the first issue is 15 million or 20 million, and a couple of years later you come back for the rest. So that's the point. You can do this. These bonds can be issued in tranches where the entire amount. Now, obviously, you can see that at 30 million, it's $47 per 100,000. If you issued 15 million on the first tranche, that would be half of that. So you can get an idea. It will build up over time, but that does not all have to be issued at the same time.
And so the way that it would translate to our residents is that they would have sort of a tiered or incremental increase as opposed to all at once?
Yeah, but I don't know that that's a good idea, because that would put you in some position of being required to issue it that way, and that's not probably a good way to do it. You're going to issue the bonds and you're going to build the project when the time is right. And you certainly don't want to indicate that it's going to be, the first is going to be 15 million 2 years later. I wouldn't recommend that. You're telling them, if we issue the full 50 million, this is what it's going to cost you. And I don't think it would be a good idea to indicate that it would be slower or faster or cheaper. These are the numbers, and these are the numbers that you want. Otherwise, I think you would be misleading the voters.
But my other point, Brian, was if the rates are dependent on the total amount of pool of properties, and as Marina grows, we have more and more properties coming on board, and therefore the rates can go down, correct?
Yes.
So
I don't know, actually, I don't know whether or not, and Lane, maybe you do, I don't know whether these numbers built in any kind of accretion of assessed value over time. And that may be one of the things that we can clarify as we move forward. Sometimes you build in appreciation of assessed value over time, and that helps calculate the amount, the highest amount that it's going to be. I don't know whether that number has been computed that way.
Yeah, I'm not positive on that, but we would definitely clarify that when we come back.
Thank you very much. Now, we've been talking about whether we should, based on the survey, it looks like, as always would be expected, is that when you decrease the amount of the property tax assessment, that of course people are more favorable to that. So if we chose to go with a less than $50 million bond, and then with the intention that next year we would go for the other 20%, let's say we do 30 and then 20. And this is a question for our consultant, and I heard someone say bond fatigue or whatever, is this a proven kind of strategy that we should not be expecting, that we should not be trying to put out a smaller bond that doesn't meet our needs, and then next year go for another bond? Has that proven in other arenas to be not very wise thing to do, because people are not going to vote for it a second time?
I don't know which consultant you wanted to ask, but I can jump in just to say that I do think it can be hard to put consecutive bonds on the ballot. It's not impossible. I think one of the things you have to consider is you get to close to 2/3, not even to 2/3, but close to 2/3 in this survey with a combined measure that has many things that are attractive to people. If you have one measure that is only doing part of the things that are attractive to people, you may not be at that level of support, because I do want to offer, when we gave people the lower tax rate, we didn't say to them, and that could be just for a fire station, or that could be just for City Hall. It's basically, do you want to pay less? and some people wanted to pay less. I would be worried about saying, here's just this one element. Do you want to vote for that? And trying to get 2/3. And then here's this other thing.
Right.
You want to get 2/3. And get the sequencing also would be very complicated, or
Yes.
would be some negotiation.
Yes, I suspect so. And my last question is our city's liability. I'm really, really concerned about the fire and medical response times. And I don't mean to say that this is a manipulation by fear mongering. It's not that. I think Lisbeth Fischer said we're presenting the facts. These are the facts, that we are at 8 minutes now and we should be at 4 or 5. And we have undeniable growth. This is one of the consequences. And we either accept that this is what is happening here, and we have to have a concerted response to that kind of growth. So I do want to say that it makes me a bit nervous that if we decided not to go for the bond right now, is it safe to say that we have no liabilities if something should happen, and we knew upfront that we don't have the facilities, we don't have the ladder truck, we know that the Seaside Shared Fire Station is not going to be here for us in the future. I don't know when they're planning to shift over things, but it really makes me very concerned about our liability issues, knowing what we know, and that we don't go forward and make bonds that are really the only way that jurisdictions are able to even afford to build these kinds of facilities and infrastructures. And that's, I guess, a Elaine question.
Yeah, and Heidi can jump in, but from a liability point of view, I don't think anyone from the public can sue us if we have an 8 or 9 or 10 minute response. But what we do know, and this is really important to understand, is when we talk about those response times of 8 minutes for emergency medical and 10 minutes for fire, those are the averages. And the large majority of those responses right now are close by in Central Marina. And so the outline areas of the dunes and Sea Haven, their responses are even longer than that. And we know that Palm, who is providing our mutual aid on a lot of the dunes area, they will be gone in June, July of next year. And so we're going to lose that whole thing. And so while legally I don't think anyone can sue us, if you look at our mission statement and our vision, our top priority has always been to provide for our public health and safety of our community. And we're just putting the facts out there. Like you said, it's not a scare tactic, but these are the facts. These response times are very high, and they're going to get worse if we don't do anything.
Yes, and I don't mean that somebody would sue because we have an 8-minute response time. If someone who passed away in a fire because we didn't get there until 8 minutes later, I'm asking that kind of question.
Yeah. Heidi, can you respond to that?
Yes, I think that's a very complicated question, because here the city is doing everything possible to make sure that it's meeting the community's needs. It conducted a fire assessment, it's done studies. The city does not have the money. The city's been contemplating different alternatives to meet the needs of the community, working with the fire chief. He spoke earlier. The city is now trying to fund more responsive and more efficient fire stations, whether it's this bond measure or some other tax measure. I don't see that clear line of liability, and municipalities generally have many immunities that they can draw from as well. That said, it's very clear tonight the council is concerned about the response time and is taking measures to address that.
Mm-hmm. Great. I liked your line of we have many, what did you say? The word you used, the legal term for we have many things that kind of protect us.
It was immunities.
Yes. So that's assuring. Thank you. Okay, that's all I have for now.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Thank you. Okay. A couple questions, a few questions. Lane, how soon could we do a special election if that was the direction we wanted to go in? What's the soonest possibility for that?
The soonest would be March of 2023. And then you'd have another option in June of 2023. And our consultants can probably give you a little bit more advice, at least on feedback on special elections and how they typically fare and chances for success and different things like that. They're more versed on that.
Do you mind if we go there now, Lisa, and then come back to you for the rest of your?
Yeah, that's fine, because I have a few questions along that line about exploring the special elections. So sure.
Okay, Adam, Brian, can we talk a little bit about the pros and cons of November this year, March, June, November next year?
And if that can include the costs compared to the November election, that would be great as well. Thank you.
So I can't speak to the costs. That would be someone else's department. But generally speaking, special elections are going to have, on the natural, less favorable voter turnout for a bond measure. And that's just thinking about the demographics of who's likely to vote in a special election tends to be more homeowners and less renters, somewhat older, more politically conservative people. And so that's often, not it's not a helpful starting point where sometimes agencies have wanted to go in the direction of a special election is if they have a feeling that they or really an outside effort that's not controlled by the agency could really impact turnout in a way that would be beneficial for the ballot measure. So the example that comes to mind is maybe a school district wanting to do a bond or parcel tax, and they think in a special election with a smaller universe of people, they could go to the community of parents in that school district and really encourage them to vote and get them information about the measure. And by kind of increasing the share of the voters who are parents, there's a kind of natural constituency to get that measure passed. And that has worked in some places. I don't know that you have as natural of a constituency in this case to go to. And it would really be a matter of, do you think there's a group that would be successful in driving the kind of voter turnout that would be needed, as well as the informational campaign to maybe inform some people about why you're pursuing the measure. So you've got some what we would call persuasion, you're changing people's minds, but also more of the natural supporters are inclined to vote. It's a hard thing to do in a special election, but it's possible if you have that kind of natural constituency. If we were to talk about the other election options, and frankly, I don't think really March of 2023 versus June of 2023 versus whenever else you could do it, September, October, November, I don't think any of those matter. That there's no variation except what's going on in the external environment that we wouldn't be able to predict, like whatever the economic situation is in March compared to June compared to whenever, unless there's some specific aspect of timing that I'm not thinking about. I think special elections, the kind of turnout you get is pretty much the same regardless of when it's held. If you were to look ahead to 2024, the most naturally supportive demographically or demographic turnout would be that November 2024 presidential election. I know that's a long time to wait, but that's when just without the city doing anything, without whether you have a measure on the ballot or not, the most favorable voter turnout for your bond would be then. It's just going to have almost always going to have the most younger people, the most renters, the more progressive and liberal voters who sometimes sit out midterm elections and special elections are going to come out for that once every 4-year presidential election. What the June 2024 turnout looks like is pretty hard to predict because we need to know who's running for president and talk of a Democratic challenger to President Biden. That could dramatically change the level of interest in that election. Way too early to really know that. But even if that happens, November 2024 is going to have the best natural turnout for your measure.
So can you clarify, from your experience or statistically, do we typically have a better chance this November or March of next year?
This November versus March of next year, all things being equal, I would say this November. The issue, again, with a special election, you've got fewer people voting. There could only be a couple thousand people who are voting in a special election, unless there's a real dramatic effort to have everybody made aware of this election in a big way. And so whoever's supporting the bond externally from the city, maybe they have the ability to really ramp up, knowing they only have to target a small group of people. But it would be without that happening, it would be a smoother path in this November than a special election next year.
Go ahead, Lisa, if you have more input at this time.
Yeah, terrific. So coming off of part of actually what you were just making reference to. So if we were to, regardless of this coming November, or to do a special election, is it possible, Lane, for us to send out a couple of rounds of mailers in multiple languages explaining to the voters why we would like to do this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think all our consultants, and I think we've heard from the council and the public very clearly, that if we move forward, whether it be this November or in March, we need to engage some election consultants that are really experienced immediately, and have to get out. Again, we have to be careful because we can't spend public tax dollars to advocate, but we have a responsibility to educate, put the facts out there, explain the needs, and why this measure is out there, and we would really have to engage very quickly, and like you said, engage different language for all of our diverse communities, a lot of outreach to the neighborhoods, to the businesses, on a lot of different levels. We could not do it without election consultants to help us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then on the two different tiers of the annual or monthly, could they choose to decide if they wanted to pay it in one lump sum annually, or if they wanted to pay it out monthly?
No, this is put on the tax bill. This is paid, you'll pay it on your two tax payments in December and April, or whatever is November and April, but there's no monthly option. This is going on the tax bill, and it's paid with all the other property taxes.
Okay, and then is there a way to include some kind of a hardship waiver if people cannot afford this?
No, there's no exceptions for these kinds of bonds. If it was a parcel tax by a school district, there's a senior exemption. But even if the city did a parcel tax, there'd be no exemption. There's no exemption for a general obligation bond.
Mm-hmm. And would it be feasible to set up for the city to set up some kind of a loan or payment plan for people if they can't afford it?
I would say no.
Okay.
Can I jump in here?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Lane and our council, we remember that during COVID, we set up a loan program for businesses and a similar program for residents. So could we do something like that?
That's what I'm at. That was the source of my question. Yeah.
This is Brian again. I've never heard of such a thing. I can't tell you at this moment that you can't do it. I think it'd be difficult thing to monitor, but I've never seen it, and I'm not sure that you even have the legal ability to do it.
Okay, so let's turn this over to Lane and Heidi. Can we do something repeating what we did a couple years ago?
Heidi, jump in. I have never heard it, and I think it would get very, very complex because when you are paying people's property tax bills, I don't know how you, and this is where I think on a legal end, are you able to discriminate? And I think it really gets to be really complex. I've never
Yeah, so
heard.
Lane, I'm not thinking of paying their property tax bills. I'm thinking of opening up a residential loan or grant program. We did
That's
it during
correct.
COVID.
Right, that's exactly what I was
Oh.
talking about too.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Yeah, I think we can establish loan programs.
How about grant programs? We almost went there for residential. We did go there for businesses.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay, just wanted to clarify, Lisa, what our options might be. Go ahead,
Right, no,
Lisa.
you are, well, you're asking the same, coming from the same place that I was asking with my question. I think that answers my questions, and I was actually considering making a motion, but I see, Bruce, that your hand is up. So do you want me to wait?
No, you can go ahead and make a motion and I'll still make comments and such.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with the $50 million bond loan, and that we have that we explore that, and that we have staff come back to us for our next meeting with a further possibility of some kind of loan assistance program or some kind of residential assistance. Bruce, I saw you were you going to say something? Do you want to add
Which
in?
election? Which election?
Oh,
is
I'm
in your
sorry.
motion?
In the November 2022 election.
Is there a second to that motion? You're muted, Kathy.
Friendly amendment to include that a new fire station and a civic center / city hall with a new police station. Those would be the projects under the bond.
Agree.
May I make an amendment to that?
But one moment, please. Do we have a second for this motion?
I second.
Okay, go ahead, please, Christina.
With a bond committee, oversight committee made up of local residents.
I'm very happy to add that friendly amendment.
Okay. So we're going to go.
Just a minute. I have a question because I seconded. Can you say that again, and what will that entail before I go ahead and second again?
Going beyond what the state law provides, and that is a local, a bond oversight committee made up of local Marina taxpaying residents to ensure that, to ensure that what we are asking is going for the projects intended. That's going to build some public transparency and trust.
Okay, so this committee then gets enacted after the bond measure is passed, because, yes.
Correct. Yeah, so as I would envision it, it is set up to provide oversight as we do the expenditures, make the expenditures for the fire station. And so all those expenditures for the bonds, we would report that out, and they would head up oversight. So every dollar we spent $15 million, it's tracking to verify that that went exactly for these facilities and that it didn't go for
Got it.
any other uses.
And it's not, it doesn't give that committee additional privileges to change the projects in any way or any, it's purely a financial oversight. Okay.
Financial and project oversight.
Great.
Wait, a point of clarification though. When you're talking about the local tax-paying citizens, are you talking only about homeowners, or that it should be homeowners or renters? I mean, and I want to actually clarify. I'd like the clarification on that question, and then I have a further question for Lane about the transparency. So, Christina, who are you referring to?
Well, off the top of my head, it's going to be property owners. But that's what I was thinking. If you pay the property tax bill, you should have a say, but I also understand the needs of the renters with 67% of our population being renters. So thoughts, council? Does anybody have a preference?
So then before we get into your question about thoughts, then Lane, are you saying that this will all be transparent anyway?
It will, but a bond oversight would, as we track the expenditures, it would definitely make it more transparent. Whereas it would just normally would be making the bond payments. We would be, as you build the facilities, all those contracts, all those improvements come to city council for approval, but it would set up a separate reporting mechanism for that.
Right. Okay. So then going back, Christina, to your question about thoughts, I think that it should be made up of both property owners and renters as well, because ultimately the renters, their rent does contribute to the payment of property taxes and the expense of the housing or building, house or building.
And remember the renters are voters as well. And the
Right.
voters are the ones that are approving you to issue these bonds. So it would make sense for it to be open to all voters.
Correct.
That's better writing than any voter or any, should we just say any resident?
Actually, I would hope that it would be made up of a combination of both homeowners and renters both.
Do we care if they're voters or not? I guess not. I'm sorry, it's too complicated. Let's just say,
and because everybody's going to pay whether they vote for it or not. If it passes, if
That's
you're a
right.
resident, yeah.
That's right. Okay, that's fine. But what we're suggesting, what you're suggesting is fine, to be open to resident of any resident of Marina.
Okay, let's do this. Lisa, can you repeat your motion and then we'll bring it back to Kathy for a second if she wishes.
Okay, so that we approve a 50 million bond, or that we approve putting a ballot measure for a $50 million bond on the November 2022 ballot. And that as part of that establishing, should the ballot measure pass, there will be an oversight committee made up of an equal number of property owners and renters to oversee the allocation of the funds and the process. Additionally, the monies would go towards civic center, fire, police, and I'm sorry, what was the third one? What did I forget, Kathy?
It's a new fire station, civic center / city hall with a new police station.
Yeah,
Correct.
so I think that covered it.
Right. And that in addition to a proposal that we also hear in our next council meeting, a discussion or what the options are for providing some kind of financial assistance loan, residential loan program, should there be a need. And I think that covers everything.
My second holds.
So I'm going to go to me and then I'm going to go to David and then Christina, who've already spoken, but we'll go for the second round, starting with them. David brought up a good point that the benefit cost, if you charge everybody relatively the same amount, if I don't have a lot of money, I pay the same amount of property tax increase on this as if I had a lot of money. And I think differently. I think that lower income folks and renters and seniors on fixed income, sometimes they need the help of fire and police more than others because they have less means to go elsewhere to get their needs met. So maybe they have more trouble paying for their medications and therefore they have more medical issues that they're not able to afford to prevent. And so they might call the fire department more frequently. I'd like to ask our police chief and fire chief to opine if there are if the majority of our calls, the response time, or if a majority of our calls would go to Sea Haven or they'd go to central downtown Marina where we have a lot of renters. Is there any kind of difference in the amount of attention needed from our public safety agencies?
Hi, this
Um,
is Chief Nita. I'm just going to go first because my answer is a lot easier. We will respond to the calls when it's unknown, and if it's medical, the fire department's going to take over the call, which usually involves the elderly. Actually, the people that take up a lot of time for police services, that I would say we see more and more have to do more with mental illness. And many of them in the city of Marina, they're in our temporary housing. And so I'm not quite sure how they even pay for the tax bond measure if they're not a regular, what would you would call a rental. So that would be the PD answer, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Go ahead, Beth.
Yeah, I wish I had the real numbers, but I think one of the maps, the response maps, show that a lot of our calls go to the people as we all get older, we all start falling, need lifting up, have medical emergencies. I think it's a natural progression. But I don't have an exact answer at this point for you, but you can look at a lot of our calls are centered around the VA clinic and the CSUMB, which is younger folks. But then as we're building in more residents into Sea Haven and the Dunes projects, we're getting more and more calls there all the time. And it really depends on a lot of things, on the activity, the age and health of the community. There's so many factors.
Okay. Thank you both. Thank you, Chief McKellen. Our growth in Marina, it seems like we're growing leaps and bounds. We used to be 19,000 people approximately in 2018. 4 years later, we're at 22,000. So we've gone up about 14% in that 4 to 5 year period. So that definitely is growth, but it's not what I would think of as very fast growth to go from 19,000 to 22,000 people. When Fort Ord closed, we were already 10 square miles, the size of our city. And when it closed, we didn't change. The boundaries of our city were the same in 1975 as they are today. But half of our city was controlled by the Army. And so they paid for recreation and roads and that kind of, all of the services on Fort Ord were not paid by the city. So when Fort Ord closed, the Army left, the city had to pay for everything going on public service wise for 10 square miles instead of 5 square miles, but our boundaries didn't change. So our boundaries haven't changed. Our population hasn't changed tremendously, but our costs have gone way up because now we have to take care of 10 square miles of streets and lights and police and fire, whereas before the Army did half that work. So our work went up double, and now we are growing and we are demanding better service, and our fire station is the busiest, if not one of the busiest fire stations in the county, but we only have a few more folks than we did in 1985, and our calls have quadrupled. So the need is clearly present, but it's not just because of the new growth. It's because our facilities are all aging, whether it be streets or buildings, and we have never had the money until now to contemplate upgrading, improving our facilities and doing better service with our streets and parks, et cetera. So I just want to make that clear that our growth is somewhat moderate, but we have other reasons why we need to upgrade our facilities. I think everyone's going to benefit equally. The people that have just moved to town and the people that have been here a long time, we are all going to chip in for these facilities if this bond were to pass. So the future police, fire, community center is for all of us. And so it is appropriate that longer term residents and new residents chip in to pay for our future facilities because they're going to benefit everybody in town who's going to have equal access to these facilities. And probably the people who are of the lower economic strata are going to benefit better because they have less options to go to the Monterey Sports Center or take a drive down the Big Sur coast or go to Europe. And so they're going to be benefiting more from staycations and the programs, recreation programs and facilities we have in Marina. So I think in that way, it's an anti-regressive tax because I think people of lower income are going to make more use, just like our teen center today gets more used by teens whose families need the teen center for childcare rather than those families that have a parent at home or can afford, private childcare. So it is regressive in the fact that if you make a little bit of money and you own property, you pay as much as somebody who has the same value property but earns more money. But it's not regressive in the fact that I think people of lower income are going to benefit more from having an active adult center, a senior center that is, or having a new community center that they can spend and their children can spend more time at. I think that delaying this would be good in some ways because we'd be able to do a better job of educating. Right now, I don't think we have any strong community constituency. The Lions Club, the Rotary, the Chamber of Commerce, Kiwanis, Friends of the Marina Library, on down all of our nonprofit volunteer groups, Marina Youth Arts, they've not had a chance to get behind this. The library bond had incredible community support over a period of years that were required to build that support. And then it passed by 85% after a door-to-door campaign by residents, by volunteers. Very different than what we're talking about. We're shoving everything into a very tight time frame with almost zero public support other than talking during these meetings and going to the farmers market on a few occasions. So there is some benefit in delay, and the detriment of delay is what Brian Quint made clear, that the special elections, we have a harder time succeeding than we would this November or November 24. And so for me, it's really a choice of either this November or November 2024. But if I was in the fire or the police, or if I was working for the city and I had mold in the walls, etc., to know that it would take 2 years to have the vote, another 2 years to build the building if we're lucky, 4 years under the current circumstances can seem a lot longer to those people who are enduring current circumstances on a daily basis. So I think that overall, I'm encouraged with the motion. I think that it's really important that our direction tonight include, maybe the staff doesn't need this direction in the motion, but we have a ton of money, that Lane has a skeletal plan of how it's going to pay for things like improving the median on Del Monte, building new parks, improving Windy Hill Park with restrooms included, and there's many other things. That's not what we're talking about tonight, but it's going to be confused with what we're talking about tonight. So I think that part of the education campaign to win this campaign will be that staff provides us the plan A that we're going to use, our current money to do all these wonderful things that we can finally afford to do, including blight removal, etc. I think that'll go a long way to people understand the difference between these two things. What we're going to do with the money we got, what we're going to do if this bond measure were to pass. I think it's important, we call this a community center, if we call it a civic center, if we call it a city hall. We saw in the numbers presented tonight that ranks lowest in desire. A community center of the future probably should look very different than a city hall of the past. A traditional city hall is not as people friendly as a community center. If we had our staff offices on the second floor and we had a rec center, an adult active center, a police station as part of this building, but we called it a community center because that's truly what it is. I think some people don't even know what a city hall is. It's a vague term. A civic center is a vague term, especially to people with second language capabilities, or that is, people whose English is used as a second language or learned as a second language. So I don't know how important it is in this motion to call what we're going to bond a community center versus a city center, civic center versus a city hall. But I'd like to ask our city manager, do you think that a community center is misleading, or is it better futuristic and more attractive? And does it matter what we say in this motion as far as the terminology?
You know, you bring up a really good question. Let me do a little homework on that and come back to you on our July 26th meeting and at least provide a little clarity on what these are typically called, or especially when we're looking towards the future, whether it's civic center, community center. So let me do a little outreach on that and talk to some people, but come back to you on that.
Okay, does the motion as stated, Lisa, do you think it ties us to the language that's going to go on the ballot? Or do you think what Lane just said might relieve some room if we decide to change it a bit?
I think that what Lane said, I think the motion leaves room because it's asking for basically a staff report with recommendations on it. The other thing, though, that we forgot to mention in the motion, or I forgot to mention in the motion, that included is, should we vote to put this on the ballot, that we also commit to doing a tremendous amount of outreach to the public with information in a couple of different languages, explaining what it is that we're requesting, and maybe have some open sessions where people can come and ask questions.
Okay. Do you think, Lisa, that part of that outreach should be specified in the motion, or do you think it's just fine that we're talking about tonight, giving the public a plan of what we're going to do with the money we already have to help them understand why it's important that we also do a bond measure?
I guess I will defer to Lane on that. I just want us to be sure that we're being very transparent and clear in our commitment to the public.
I can tell you that we're going to talk with our consultants, and realistically on the 26th, we'll be coming back to you with a recommendation for some consultants to hire at that same meeting.
Okay.
Lane, can I just interrupt for a second, just on that point of communication? It might be helpful for the council either at that meeting or even now to hear some of the discussion of what's allowable from the city perspective and what they're allowed to do as individuals after placement of that measure on the ballot, because there are some pretty significant guardrails about how you can communicate and what you can do once you put the measure on the ballot.
Yes, and we've been through this before because we used to say nothing, we were mute. And recently we've gotten accustomed to educating and not advocating, and there's a line between those two that shall not be crossed. And so we're well aware, and we paid a lot of money to put out flyers in the past that put out some facts and what will happen if this passes. Basically fact sheets and information. And Lane, can you explain what we've done in the past to educate and not advocate?
Right, and a lot of our consultants yet helped us with that. So all the material that we put out, anything that we did city tax dollars, our time, our staff time, we're not advocating. It is 100% on just educating, talking about the needs, and we work closely with our consultants on doing that. However, and maybe Adam and Heidi can talk about this, this doesn't mean that the council on their own time can't advocate. And the line is on just the expending of taxpayer dollars. And Heidi, do you want to add any more to that?
Yeah, it does sound like this council has been through this before, but it never hurts to have a refresher. And I really have appreciated the reminders that Adam has included in his presentation tonight, because once that ballot measure is placed, we have to make sure that no public funds are expended for advocacy. There can be information, and you are free to do things on your own time, not using any city resources to go ahead and, support the measure. But in your official capacity, you need to be very careful. And we've had, litigation in our area on this exact issue. And Adam, you can add any more comments as well. I really did appreciate your reminders all the way through the presentation.
Just to reiterate what you were saying, some of the themes and the messages that we tested in the survey that have that kind of urgent language, the more emotional language is oftentimes not permitted from city-funded communication once that measure's on the ballot, because that is more advocacy language and it's less fact-based language. So I just want to, what we simulated in the survey, which got a growth in the measure, and support for the measure that was in the low 60s, was using some language I'm not sure, you'll be able to use in your city-funded communication once you vote to put this on the ballot.
And there's no reason that a community group could not be put together that would be advocating for this, notwithstanding the fact that you may get a group against it. But this is very common where you'd have a privately funded group to create signs and to set up meetings where there is advocacy, as long as it's the city's not doing it and the city's not doing it with city money.
Right. And is not in any way coordinating that advocacy group, Brian. I think this is the point you were making, right? It's completely external to the city, not controlled by the city, not coordinated by the city. They run their own effort externally with private dollars. That's something that would pretty clearly need to happen, I think, for this measure to be successful based on what we're seeing in the results.
All right, thanks, everybody. Let's go to David, who's been very patient. Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the conversation has been good. And I think a lot of the issues, concerns that we all share have to be addressed one way or another. I did want, Brian mentioned so the total bond that we're going out for is 50 million, but that the city, as projects are developed, would request, funding for that out of this bond. So the first year, there probably would be very little tax taken out of the that would show up on the property tax. But as projects began to develop, and at that point that the city draws on this bond, that's when the tax would show up on the tax bill.
Once the construction begins, you're going to have expenditures. What frequently happens is the let's call them the soft cost expenses or the preliminary expenses. The city can advance that money, and so that there's no reason to issue a bond. And then when it's time, the bond issue could reimburse the city for the funds that it advanced. That's frequently what happens, because you're not going to want to do a $5 million bond issue and then another $10 million bond issue. You want to do big chunks at a time. So the way, particularly if we're talking about these, preliminary expenditures, to the extent the city can front the money, they can get reimbursed as soon as the bonds are in fact issued.
Okay, so I guess, Lane, I don't know if that was going to be part of your strategy or if you would touch on that in your report, but to the extent that you can, the timing of this might be helpful. What I was trying to get at is that for the first year or so of, after approval, there may not be it may not show up on the tax bill right away. So it's not like we're going to hit them with $300 a month the first year that the year after the approval. And that once a project is developed and completed, then we would go out and offer do the bond request, and once that was approved or granted, we funded, then it would show up on the property tax. So the $300 for 50 million is the total taxable amount for the entire bond, right? So it'll never go higher given today's dollars. The $300 is the total for the 50 million. I just want everyone to know that it's not going to be the first year, 300, and for the next 35 years, it's going to be 300, a year. That it's going to slowly increase, and that the initial first couple of years, it'll be a small amount, and then once we fully draw down the bond, that's when the maximum amount could hit. And as was mentioned earlier, as more properties are added, the costs are dispersed over the now larger population. So the cost that the taxpayer would see could actually go down or could be less than the actual 300 that we're talking about today. We're talking about, Marina Station, and if, something ever happens with Cypress Knolls in terms of the development, you're adding 800, 900, 1,000 more homes. So it has the potential to impact the total tax base and thereby reduce the total taxable amount. So I think the timing, as I've said earlier, I think the timing on this is unfortunate. And it's going to require a huge amount. 67% is a tremendous effort to reach. I mean, it's big. I think a business tax. I think most people saw that and said, well, they're going to be taxing business, so yeah, let's go ahead and approve it. But I think when you ask them to tax themselves, that's going to be the challenge. So the education, the amount of understanding as to what this money is going for. And again, it's only going to be for these specific projects. It's very, very, very important. So I'll support the motion. I just think that the timing of it is, like I said, unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Sorry, I was getting a little snack. Sorry. Just wanted to let you all know that not all of us have been through this this kind of bond initiative or tax initiatives. So Christine and I are only 1.5 years into our 4-year term. So I never went through this. So please don't assume that we don't need the education about advocacy versus education. Also, for example, what I've just heard today is that we have this booth at Farmers Market. Is that considered just individual people there? So it has nothing to do with the city. So that is on our time, and it's not, doesn't fall into that bailiwick, right, of a city initiative. Is that correct?
Yes and no. It's on personal time. Farmers markets on Sunday. However, like you're right now, we're printing off some of these factual materials, and so as long as it's educational materials, not advocacy, then we can work with providing these educational materials to the whole community, to all of our outreach effort. But that's where you're going to be very careful that if we're generating any materials, that it really has to be on the right side of the education line and not advocacy.
So as an individual, as long as I didn't use the educational materials put out by the city, then I can do this as a volunteer, individual person, a regular citizen going out and doing advocacy. But I cannot use the city brochures. Is that what makes the difference?
You can use the city brochure if it says, this is what it's going to finance and this is what it's going to cost. It can't say vote yes on measure Y. You can't do that. All you can do is say, this is what the bond is for, and this is what it's going to cost. That's information. Anything else that is trying to push for the approval is considered, that's something you can't do.
Okay, so Heidi, can I sit at the farmer's market and say, here's a postcard funded by the city that gives you information. I hope you vote for Measure Y.
I think that's problematic. Are you there as the mayor and you're taking the information from the city has to be neutral and impartial and give a balanced view of the measure. In your personal time, if you're wanting to advocate, you're going to want to have different materials, right? Vote yes on this because, for whatever example. So it's very different. I mean, you can certainly take the city materials, I guess, on your private time because it's just informational. There's a phrase, you can advocate on your own time and on your own dime.
Okay, so can I use a neutral city postcard and say, here are the facts, please vote yes?
I think the answer is that any advocacy material should be separate from the city's educational materials. That's going to be the safest thing. Then
So
nobody's
going
going
back
to say
to,
it's
so
a
there's-
fine line between whether this is the city speaking or a private person speaking. The answer is your local group that's going to be put together, that's going to provide the advocacy. They should have their own separate materials. I think what Heidi's saying is if the mayor's sitting at the farmer's market at a booth with a city piece of paper and saying vote yes on this, it's getting too close to the line.
okay, thank you both. Kathy, please proceed. I interrupted you. Thank you.
No, but we just hit on how difficult this is to say individual advocacy versus city education. So thank you, though. I understand what you're saying.
All right, can I sit at the farmer's market table with a city staff person, and that city staff person passes out a city neutral card, and the person at the staff says, here's information for you. And then I'm sitting next to the staff and I say, and here's another card, please vote yes on X.
I think you're getting too close to the line. I think
would
the paperwork should be completely separate.
Can we preface it by saying, I happen to be a city council member and a resident, and I'm speaking in my role as a resident?
Again, you want to make sure that somebody's not going to say the city, the mayor is pushing for this. I think you got to be careful. You really got to be careful when you're talking about, the city council is city council. We're talking about 5 people here. That's why you want to have a community group that is going to do your advocacy. I think it gets to be close, and I think you want to make every effort to make sure that the mayor, whether the mayor's, sitting, wearing shorts on a Sunday, is doing this. How does it look? You want to be real careful about that. That's all I can say.
So Heidi, I think we're going to need some guidance because we typically go door to door advocating for whatever we want to advocate for that's on the ballot. Vote for this person, vote for this measure. That's typically, I think, what all cities do around here. Now, sometimes, go ahead.
Well, I think that the information provided tonight is beneficial. We can do some more education, but I really agree 100% with Brian. It's very tricky. Ideally, there is an independent group, privately funded, that's doing the work for you. And as much as you want to be involved, if you're using your official materials, your official email, your title, who's paying for the table at the farmer's market? Is it a city table? All those things, you just need to be really thoughtful about how you proceed.
All right, thank you.
I have a question, Bruce, Mayor Bruce.
Sure.
What are the repercussions? We get into the gray area of what violation is this? This is a FPPC violation. Tell me what violation it is and what the consequences are.
So I don't know if this is the right time to talk about this because we have a motion on the table for the bond measure, and I'm starting to get off onto a side issue. So Lane and Heidi, if you want to continue, or if you want us to, vote on the motion, tell us what to do here, and we'll do that.
Yeah, if we can.
Yeah, I think it's best to proceed with the motion, but I'll work with Heidi and we'll pull up old materials that Bob Rath and Rob Wellington put together on this advocacy issue, and we'll get some materials, and we'll have that also ready for the council on the 26th.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor. I don't think we need to repeat it because Lisa has clearly stated it when I asked her to repeat it once already. So Anita, if we can have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
You're muted, but she said yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
All right, thank you, everyone. That motion passes 5-0. Brian and your partner, who I don't know is with us anymore. I'm sorry, Adam. and your partner. And Brian, thank you very much for being our consultants tonight. Adam, who was your partner? I can't remember.
John Fairbank. Yeah, he had to step away a little
Please-
earlier.
All right, please thank him for us. Lisa Berkeley, Councilmember Berkeley, thanks for coming back, even though you had to work tonight. And to everyone on the call who stayed with us, thank you very much. Matt, you didn't say a lot, but we knew you were there. Thanks, Brian, everybody. Have a nice evening. We are adjourned.